chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Describe this tournament in just one word.
Amazing.
Fabulous. Unique.
Amazing.
Great.
Cool.
One word.
Very fun.
Massive.
Great. Fantastic.
Crazy.
It's awesome.
Big. Good.
Crazy.
Chess masters.
Big.
It's really great.
Also big.
A little bit exhausting.
Star-studded.
Very intense.
Schach.
Insane.
Big.
Many grandmasters.
Incredible. Magnus Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen.
Hello everybody and welcome to this live broadcast today of the final day, the final rounds of the Grenke Chess Festival and the Freestyle Chess Open. It has been an amazing past few days where we've seen some of the best players in the world descend here on the small city of Karlsruhe in the south of Germany to fight it out in what is one of the most unique tournaments of the calendar year. It's basically a hybrid of classical chess and freestyle chess, aka Chess 960 or Fischer Random Chess. And today is the final day. We're going to start this morning in just a few minutes with round 8, the penultimate round, and then this afternoon, round 9 will decide it all. And as always, I'm joined by the wonderful, legendary Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, we have been spoiled, really, by what we've seen so far. Tell us how you feel about the tournament, the quality so far of the games.
Yeah, Lawrence, it's just amazing and crazy, and we have seen all these words there. And what we liked the most was the unique.
Yes.
Yeah, Liam, and I was immediately, why is he not fighting for first place if he's in such a sharp mode? Well, joke aside, yeah, it's a wonderful event. It's so nice to be part of it. Wherever you go, going back from the playing hall towards the hotel, I'm walking next to chess players. Everybody, no matter in which category they are playing, they are discussing, I could have done this, I have done this. You know, it's just fantastic. This whole atmosphere, this environment, this whole Grenke Chess Festival is something incredible. Almost 3,000 people, 2,996 exactly, are cherishing this very special moment.
Absolutely, yeah. We've had record turnouts. The interest, it's been very rare to see the interest in a tournament as high as this one that I can remember, because of course we have many classical tournaments throughout the year, and of course they're great, but to be able to have such an interesting mix of chess variants and have the same, or if not more, level of interest really shows that there's a bit of a change in attitude. And as Jan-Henrik Buttner, who I hope is going to come on today, who is the man behind freestyle chess, he said he believes that there's a movement going on, that there's a genuine change in the air, and that people are starting to realize that Fischer Random Chess, Chess 960, does actually have a legitimate future. And I think you can see by the just how successful this tournament has been, I believe he is right. I believe that we're going to see more Chess 960, and it's a great variant. It's so much fun. I myself, as you, Peter, I love playing it. It's so refreshing to be able to just turn up at the board, not know what you're going to play, not know what position you're going to get, and just battle it out. You're both on exactly the same starting point, and it's just very, very fun. So we'll see how that all goes, but we can see the playing hall starting to fill up, and let's just get a quick overview of the situation. Well, if you've not followed the tournament, you've missed out, but Magnus Carlsen is on just an unbelievable score, 7 out of 7. He's not dropped a single half point. He's played some amazing chess. He's had some tough games, especially, I mean, if we look at the game yesterday against Parham, that could have gone in many different directions, but he managed to survive the complications, come through, and is leading by a full point over Ralph Mamedov, who's having a blinder of a tournament. Ralph, so talented. Everybody who knows Ralph knows his talent. He's up there, as is Andrei Yesipenko. So those guys are both on 6. And then after that, we have a huge group of players on 5.5. Now, what's very relevant, we can see all the way down to MVL. So I think that's from ranking 4 to 17.
Exactly.
Now, the reason why this is relevant is because they are fighting for a huge prize fund and, perhaps even more excitingly, for a ticket to Las Vegas. Part of the Freestyle Chess Tour. Now, Peter, if you've been watching Peter at the Freestyle Chess Tour, he will tell you how brilliant that's been, but the Las Vegas finale is the main event of that whole tour, right?
No. It's just the middle of it.
Is it just the middle?
Exactly, just the middle. It's
I
the
thought it was
third leg. It's the third leg.
There's
in
another
Las
leg.
Vegas. Exactly. There will be another tournament in September and the grand finale in South Africa in December. So there is so much action. But it's a very special kind of tournament, yeah.
It's
because,
very special.
It's Vegas, and we have heard from Büttner, yeah, all the celebrities, all the stars are joining in, so that will be one of a kind.
And I just wanted to point out that Magnus Carlsen, who is, barring a complete, I can't even imagine it, but barring a complete breakdown and collapse, Magnus Carlsen, who's just shaking hands there with Ralph Mamedov, if he wins the tournament, then he already has a ticket to Las Vegas. And so that means that the next player in line would get the ticket if that player is, for example, not Fabiano Caruana. And perhaps there are a few other players here, right, that have already got a ticket to Vegas. Or is it just Magnus, Fabi?
I think it's Magnus and Fabi who are guaranteed.
Yes.
Who knows, maybe Henrik Büttner will reveal some more names, because there are also some wild cards and so on. Who knows what is his idea? He's always surprising, just like freestyle chess, comes up with some unexpected moves and solutions. We are already used to Jan Henrik to announce something big every time he appears.
No, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and so we're talking about a life-changing opportunity for somebody who gets that ticket. Will it be Ralph Mamedov? Let's say Ralph wins with the white pieces against Magnus. It would be a huge shock, of course, but Ralph Mamedov's a capable chess player. He's a top grandmaster. If Ralph beats Magnus, suddenly he's huge favorite to get that ticket. And by the way, not just about the ticket to Vegas, to just blow open the tournament, because any loss now by Magnus Carlsen means that a whole a group of players will be in contention for the title. But I can tell you this, Magnus has got absolutely no interest in losing. And in fact, as we commented yesterday, Peter, when he won that tournament, the Blitz tournament with 9 out of 9 in Zagreb, was it?
Yes.
He was celebrating like he just won the World Cup. Well, I don't know if he's ever won, or at least in recent memory, a classical, let's say a classically time-controlled format, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds, with 9 out of 9 in recent memory. Can you remember a tournament where he
I
won?
think that this is impossible. Yeah, kind of.
Well,
So
as-
it could be a unique achievement. Here
I mean,
by
it
Magnus.
could. You know, his CV is already insane, and he's got the best CV of anybody in chess history. But to win a tournament 9 out of 9, you can feel the motivation there. He wants to do it, and
You can, and he looks sharp.
he looks sharp as hell. I mean,
Exactly, 10 in the morning, and
Yeah.
this is a different Magnus.
he looks fantastic. He looks in shape.
But he's always complaining also to us that this is a brutal format, double runs. I don't think that I'm capable and I'm not showing my best, and then he plays game after game like this.
But you know what? And this is, I get this. I watched this in some other sports as well. I think certainly, for example, tennis, when they play on a clay court that is perhaps, the bounces of the ball are a bit strange. You say, well, it's brutal because the bounces of the ball are really strange, but they're also strange for your opponent. And that's what I'm trying to say here.
Exactly.
Yes, you're playing at 10 in the morning. Yes, you might be tired. Yes, it might be difficult to readjust to this kind of playing 2 games a day, but so does your opponent. So you're both having to suffer, in inverted commas, any changes to what you are normally playing or used to playing. So Magnus, he looks sharp. I think he's okay. That's the wife there of Jan-Henrik Buchner. And there is Jan-Henrik Buchner and his wife, of course, really just injecting a new enthusiasm into chess and bringing in a whole different demographic of people interested in chess. It's really exciting to see how things will develop thanks to their efforts, and we owe them a huge amount of gratitude. It's really exciting. It's just great. We are not going to listen to what they are saying because a lot of it is in German, and I guess we do have a few German speakers listening, but the majority will be English speakers. And it looks as though Jan-Henrik will do the ceremonial picking of the ball from the machine where we will decide the position. But look at Magnus Carlsen. He is locked in, as the kids say.
He wants to get 9 out of 9.
He wants 9 out of 9 so bad. But as we were also commenting on yesterday, Peter, let's say Fabiano, by the way, who didn't beat Baldur Jabava, and I've got a story.
Really?
I had breakfast with Fabiano today.
And there we have Fabi on the camera.
I had breakfast with Fabi. I said, Fabi, I'm so sorry. I thought you won by we didn't have the moves. He said, I know, I watched the broadcast. He said, but actually it was always a draw. But listen to this. I had a losing position in that ending with the 2 pawns.
Wow.
He was losing. At some moment, Baldur could have walked his king
His
G3,
king
H2, G1, and there was no way to protect against the threat. So Baldur Jabava actually had a moment to win that game. And then Fabi said...
That would have been the most amazing endgame we have ever witnessed in history.
It would have been amazing. And then Fabi said, in that position where Baldur's king was on H5, I had the queen and bishop, he had 1 move to win in that position as well. There was 1 move and 1 move only. Those are the margins we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, at top level chess. We're talking about half a move sometimes between winning and losing. I think a draw probably was a fair result in the end, but the reason I talk about Fabi is if he manages to beat Alexei Sarana today in the morning...
okay, let's wait now for the new position.
We will, but we're not going to hear from Fiona, so we're going to keep on talking until they've got the position. What I'm trying to say is, Fabi does well today. We could get a Caruana Carlsen last round. What position has Jan-Henrik chosen? Let's have a look at what position Jan-Henrik has chosen. Let's see here.
Yeah, waiting for the confirmation.
We are waiting for 228. Wow.
Exactly. And look at this.
Oh my goodness
King
me.
on F1. But the bishops are nicely lined up. Bishop B1, bishop C1. That feels kind of nice. Whenever you go C4, D4, you automatically open up those bishops.
Yeah.
And the king on f1 isn't a bad piece because after knight f3 you can castle to the king side immediately. Yeah, so actually it's a very harmonious kind of setup with the queen also on e1 ready to push e4, for example.
Yeah, I think this is the position where you would really want to play white, actually.
That's my feeling.
Yeah.
And look at Magnus. What is his first reaction, kind of?
His first reaction is, I wish I was white this morning.
Yes, and he thinks like, I'm not liking this because it's very harmonious, so probably it's kind of nice. Yeah, just make natural moves. On the other hand, okay, for example, some d4, d5, c3, knight f6 could also be a blocker, yeah, if you just play slowly because the knight is on a1. It will not support the e4 break. So there are challenges, even in the seemingly simple positions that it looks like, this is harmonious and like this. Believe me, we will see many, many twists and turns.
And there you can see Rauf Mamedov. Now, a lot of players at home might not know this name because Rauf hasn't played at the absolute elite level, at least not consistently. Rauf did get a few invites probably around 10 years ago, I would say. Rauf was over 2,700 at some point.
Well, and he already made his move. It shows confidence. He plays e4 because he loves it. I can get the knight to f3. I have c3, d4, for example, if black tries to play the Sicilian with c5. This is a lovely position for white because you can just play almost by hand. Yeah, that's one of the very big differences in this position than what we have seen so far in the tournament. e4 played already, also Alexei Sarana played, so the players are, at least some players are ready to blitz out their first move. Vincent taking his time. That's a huge pairing there on board too. Vincent Keimer against Andrei Yesipenko, two prodigies, two superstars of today and the future as well. It's insane. I think we will be seeing many battles between them. And Alexei Sarana opted for d4 and Fabi blitzes out the answer d5. What I just mentioned, yeah, that if white plays some knight f3, knight f6 kind of stuff, then how do you fight for initiative? Yeah, this might also be one of those tricky positions that it looks nice for white, it's easy for white, but it might also be quite easy for black.
Yeah. And you can see there Alexei Sarana about to make a move. And, well, we've got the board on the left is actually, yes, this is now the correct board. And Alexei does bring the knight out. Alexei Sarana is, of course, originally from Russia, now playing under the Serbian flag. World ranking number 48. His peak rating only last year was 27-17, so he's actually had a bad year since last July. And don't be fooled by his current rating. He's much stronger than 26-72. He was always touted as a mega talent, and there's absolutely no reason why he can't get back to over 2,700 and even beyond that. I've always really rated him. It looks as though he's had a good tournament, maybe regaining some confidence, some form. This is not an easy game for Fabiano Caruana at all. In fact, I would say that, you know, Sarana is probably not favorite to lose with white from a position like this. He's probably favorite to at least make a draw today. What do you think, Peter?
Well, it also depends how ambitious he is, yeah, because this is one of the things that people actually forget. They look at ratings, they look at the players, Fabi should win. Well, no, Fabi should not win at all because he's playing against a very strong opponent. He will get much bigger chances if Sarana will be very ambitious, that he's trying to make the most out of his white game. He will try to fight for an advantage if he wants to take it solid in this position. Yeah, just keep the perfect symmetry, play quickly so that he always has time. Then it will be very difficult, almost impossible for black to generate real counterplay in order to try to win, to create mess. But what does a draw give to Sarana? Yeah, he is playing a very good tournament. He has a chance if he wins today against Fabiano. Then in the very last round, he can really fight for that ticket to Las Vegas, which could mean so much. Yeah, and if he makes a draw, he will be in a pack of, I don't know, 20 other players
Yeah.
sharing something. Yeah. So, yes, one thing is clear, he doesn't want to overpush. He will be waiting for his chances. For him, the dream scenario would be, if Fabi thinks, I already qualified for Las Vegas, all I care is to win this game at all costs. I'm ready to take tremendous amount of risk to try to challenge Magnus in the last round. Yeah, this could maybe be the motivation of Fabi, but this would also be a very good news for Sarana, because then Fabi might overpush with black or take more risk. But for the moment, it looks like Fabi is very professional, just sticks to all the most natural moves. Maybe get the bird's eye view. Then
let's do that. We've got this great. Oh, that's
yeah. Okay, so once the bird's eye view will be ready, we will go there. For the moment, maybe let's just move on to another game. What about Vincent against Andrei Yesipenko? They haven't started yet. All right, and there we have already the bird's eye view. How many d4s? Quite a lot of d4s and yeah. So e4, d4s go more or less hand in hand.
Yeah, as you said, Peter, with the queen on e1 and with the bishops pointing towards the right side of the board, what we know as the king side in classical chess, you want to start opening up those diagonals. So e4 and d4 are absolutely the logical moves.
Yeah, but look at the computer's evolution. Actually, it seems like one e4 is preferred by the computer much more than d4.
Interesting.
After d4, d5, many times I see the 020, 025 appear. While after e4, I also feel like after e4, e5 mirroring, it looks more promising for white than after d4, d5 mirroring. I'm somehow stuck with, for example, Sarana Caruana position. If I think about how to proceed with the white pieces, it's extremely difficult.
Indeed. So, yeah, it looks...
Yeah, this is good news, because I already was worried. Yeah, please announce the big news.
Yeah, so basically, if people are asking, where is Vincent Keimer's game? Well, it will appear on the bird's eye view here once Vincent makes a move. So he has spent 6 minutes plus on his opening move. There you can see it. Vincent taking his time. He wants to make sure that he gets this opening phase absolutely correct. Actually, over 6 minutes now. Approaching 7 minutes on move 1. Don't worry. This is absolutely standard practice. We often saw Magnus Carlsen taking 6 minutes. The point is that you want to make sure that you're getting the correct setup. Remember, these guys have never seen this position, and this is such a critical game for Vincent. If Vincent wins, it means that he's in the mix for some of the big prizes. He's not going to win the tournament, most likely, but he can at least fight for a really big prize and a place, because his place to Vegas isn't guaranteed. Right?
Isn't guaranteed, yes,
yeah.
Exactly. He did not qualify yet. But the big question, and here also we have to highlight one more time, that Andrei Yesipenko is a player who has 6 out of 7. So yes, Vincent with 5.5 clearly has the intention that, okay, if I want something, I have to win this game. There's tremendous pressure on Vincent. And for Andrei, playing solidly, for example, a draw, I believe would be perfect, because then in the very last round he would have the white pieces, and if he wins, that sounds like a very good chance to get into Vegas, clearly depending on Rauf Mamedov's game against Magnus Carlsen. I would also caution everyone, yes, 7 out of 7 Magnus Carlsen, but it's a very special tournament. And we know that he's very ambitious. He wants to probably finish with 9 out of 9. That means that he will be looking for chances. And if Mamedov takes Magnus down, then it's everybody's tournament suddenly.
Absolutely, totally agree. It really is hanging in the balance, all of this today. It's such a crucial round. I'm very conflicted, Peter. I'm very conflicted because on one hand, many people know I'm a huge Magnus Carlsen fan. I've known Magnus pretty much all his life. I first met him when he was 8 years old.
Wow, really? Yes.
I met Magnus when he was 8 years old. And you know the funny thing is, when I met Magnus, we were playing pool together, like billiards, pool.
Yes.
at one of the European Youth Championships.
Wow.
It was one of the very few occasions I was actually higher rated than him. That didn't last very long. And I've got to know Magnus and his family for years and years. And of course, I've worked with Magnus and for chess.com, Chess24, and the like. So I'm a huge Magnus fan. So on one hand, I absolutely want to see Magnus get 9 out of 9 because I think it will be a historic
Yes, absolutely.
feat. On the other hand, I really want to see Rauf Mamedov win. And the reason I want to see Rauf Mamedov win is because it will make the finale for this tournament so exciting. It won't be a non-event or anticlimactic, as they say, right? Because if Magnus wins this morning, let's assume, and then there are just draws everywhere,
Yes,
suddenly we know the result,
yes.
right?
But the good news is that there will be tremendous fight for the Las Vegas ticket.
That is true. That's the only good news. However, for the tournament itself, it wouldn't be great. However, we'll see. Rauf Mamedov, by the way, looks like he's up for it. He looks fresh as a daisy, Rauf Mamedov. I think, Magnus winning this morning is absolutely not a trivial at all. I mean, look at Rauf there. He looks better than he's looked in years. He looks fantastic. He looks in shape. He looks focused.
Well, but also nervous.
He looks nervous, but he looks...
You see the nervousness. Yeah, E4, C5, the Sicilian on the board. It just shows that Magnus wants to create a real game. Yeah, just going E4, E5, playing symmetrical was not to be expected for Magnus. First of all, we don't know exactly how good E4, E5 is. Yeah, this mirroring strategy is sometimes working, sometimes not. There is also this one, he haven't talked about that. Maybe Rauf, if he's thinking about, wait a second, why should I stop Magnus Carlsen? Let's make a draw. Let's find the way to play solid. And if I make a draw, I will have very good chances to try to get my ticket to Vegas. The big problem, however, with freestyle chess, and one of the attractions of it, that there is no way of playing solidly. The game will get wild no matter what. So you can't rely on some opening knowledge that I'm going to play a very solid line where I know everything and I will shut down the game. You will have to fight, and going with the mindset that somehow I draw my way will never work. Actually, it was very interesting because it was Hikaru Nakamura who came to the second day of the round-robin rapid segment with the idea. He revealed it on the interview that, yes, if I'm making enough draws, then I'm getting in, I'm going to do this and that. What happened? He almost did not qualify.
That's right.
And then we were laughing with Hikaru that I even told him, sorry, I want to apologize, not to that you misunderstand my comments on the screen, but I was heavily criticizing him for it because Hikaru should just play chess, not be a mathematician that what he needs that, I will draw my way, just play, and then what he did, he went all the way to the final.
That's it. Yeah, it's often really impossible to just want to try and play for a draw. Just play chess. And by the way, talking about playing chess, look at those beautiful chess sets. Look at that. I mean, this is the bookstall just outside the playing hall. Very, very popular little place. And what I like to see is that people are still really interested in the book market. It's not just digital. There are lots of paperback, hardback books available, both in English and in German. So if you are watching this and you are actually in Karlsruhe and you want to get a chess book, come on down to the playing hall.
Well, these are the Daltons. The Lucky Luke, I think this is the Lucky Luke thematic.
It could be. I don't know that particular set or theme, but could be. And there is Johnny Karlstedt, the owner of this shop. And what a beautiful, I mean, look at this. Look at the selection you have. Just tons of books, tons of titles, lots of interest. Get yourself down to the shop, or perhaps you can even look at them online and order yourself a nice book or two. I'm sure you'll be able to get a book on Peter Leko, by the way. Peter, you must have had books written about you or done books. Tell us.
Well, there is one book that was written in Hungarian, where I did the chess commentary prior to the match in Brissago, but it was not my book. I was just, because I felt like if there is this project, they want to make it, then let me help out to make it a proper book. That's in the Hungarian language. Otherwise, there was, I think, by Halifman, this and Solovyov, Lekos 100 wins. Also after the candidates tournament, 2002 in Dortmund. But otherwise, I don't remember. I have a chessable course which I produced last year in April. I'm very proud of it because I put all my heart and knowledge into it. It's about classical Spanish. My game explaining all the ideas, all the structures and everything that's behind it. So it was like a 1 week recording in Barcelona. I lost my voice at the end of the recording, but I really felt that if I already do something for the chess community and Chessable was always there, they asked me already like in 2020 that, Peter, can you please do it? And I told them that, sorry guys, I want to do it, but I simply have no time. But whenever I have the time, then I will put all my soul into this course. And this is what happened. Then I had the chance, and I also got fantastic feedback from the people. And I'm looking forward when I will have next free time to produce another one.
Well, look, I mean, firstly, I know the course is amazing. And for everybody watching, if you've been watching the commentary the past few days, not just here, but the other events, Peter is one of the most knowledgeable, insightful commentators I've ever had the pleasure of working with. So when Peter does produce a course, get it, because it will be enormously, enormously valuable for any improving chess player. So I'm really looking forward to your next course, Peter. I'll be getting it myself. Brilliant. Well, let's get back to the games for today. We have a Sicilian.
Exactly, and Ralph means business, goes for the open Sicilian. Okay, we don't know if we're going to see d4. Is that really the open Sicilian in freestyle chess? So playing c3 followed by d4. That would be the most harmonious, yeah, because we know all these anti-Sicilian kind of approaches, e4, c5, and then c3, trying to get d4. And I'm trying to understand, for example, why computers' evaluation after knight f3 dropped to equal, right? Because if you ask any chess player, he would say knight f3 is the most natural move. You are getting ready for castles. You are ready to fight for the center with d4 with c3. And will Magnus be able to understand what are the directions? What comes to your mind with black? What type of Sicilian structure you would like to get from here?
I know the answer. And you ready for this?
Ready.
It's black plays the move b6 here. And the idea is that if white opens immediately with d4, you actually have a problem with bishop a6 check at some point. Now, I don't know whether that's after capturing on d4 or whether that's before. But suddenly the king is massively inconvenienced. You don't want to play king g1 if you can avoid it, because you really want to castle here as white. So that's the only reason I can think of why knight f3 might be slightly...
But okay, after b6, then we're going to castle,
You can just castle, right?
Yes, let's make those moves. b6 was also one of the moves that came to my mind. They're trying to get the bishops ready. So, okay, white castles immediately before there will be a check. We should also mention that even after castling d4, bishop a6 might be an issue, trapping that rook on f1, so we have to be careful.
And I wonder if bishop a6 right now is a move, because you basically oblige white to play d3, and then you say, okay, now I'll get on with my own development. Maybe I'll play a move like knight f6.
But yeah, this is what I wanted to ask you, that where do we want to place this knight? Because whenever we go to f6, we have to reckon with e5. And I'm not sure that we will have a... For example, just to illustrate, if black plays bishop a6, d3, knight f6, e5, I'm worried of this knight d5, c4 kind of structure, that we are losing way too much time, and then this will not end well for black. So I perfectly understand Ralph. Personally, myself, I believe that especially 10 o'clock in the morning, I would have played knight f3 almost instantly as well.
By the way, another interesting move there to get another kind of open Sicilian, not only knight f3, was to go knight b3. Now,
hitting the pawn.
Hitting the pawn. So, but c4 might be a move there. It might get a bit complex. I don't really know. But knight b3, and then if black protects the pawn with b6 or d6, you go d4. So you've got two ways to play an open Sicilian.
Yes.
It's kind of unusual.
Very interesting. One of the things that comes to my mind is that what happens if black tries to play d5?
Wow.
I think this is a very interesting kind of question, because if the knight would be on b1, then we know after ed, rook d5, the knight jumps out with a tempo. Of course, we have already seen during this tournament that usually the computer hates to advance a pawn, and if you capture, you have to take back with the rook. Then he's very skeptical. So let's just try to put it on the board to understand where does it lead, because I feel that here, without having to worry about the b7 pawn, which we have seen yesterday, that black was never able in the Magnus Carlsen Parham-Maxoglu game to play the move d5, because that would have weakened the b7 square, the bishop on c8, and if white plays e5, then thank you very much. I'm calling it a fantastic French or Caro-Kann. The bishop can go out to f5, g4, so I'm expecting the move et5. And then, okay, we are learning. I would automatically take back with the rook, but we have to at least watch out for some other options. Any pawn sacrifice are possible. I don't see them. Okay, now we capture with the rook. We capture with the rook. Look at the evil bar. Growing, which means that really there could be a clever move here. Is this knight f6, c4, but then what? I'm struggling to knight b6. Wait
knight
a second.
b6, of course.
Knight b6, stopping c4.
Of course.
And then the knight captures back, and then we get perfect harmony. Wow, what a horror it would be for Mamedov if suddenly Magnus takes over the initiative.
Oh, this would be... And the other point is, if you play a move like d4 here, trying to fight in the center, which looks logical, maybe black can just go c4, bypassing everything and just looking to install this beautiful knight. I mean, look at the knight on a1. This is a disaster. There are even ideas like if you try and chip away with b3, you've got to contend with some queen b5s at the right moment as well, which can suddenly cause problems to the king if you're a bit careless. So I think if Magnus plays this, and I absolutely love it.
I think he will. He's taking his time.
Yes.
Please, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Magnus Carlsen, worst number 1, having 7 out of 7. He's spending 15 minutes for his second, well, combined with his first move. First move also already took him 7 and 8 minutes. And thanks to this, he might be able to understand that, wait a second, there is a very special moment. And what scared me yesterday when we had Magnus here with us, it was fantastic. But he told me one thing, I don't know if you noticed as well, that I know that in such positions, pushing the pawn d7 to d5 or e7 to e5 can weaken the structure so badly. I think those words meant and gave away that how deeply Magnus is involved in freestyle chess.
Absolutely.
He knows all these kind of things. I almost felt like, Magnus, tell us, how do you know it? What type of positions did you analyze? Because we are talking about that every single position is new, it's fresh, there is no move per move preparation involved, but getting the spirit, like we are learning, like yesterday there was this, or 2 days ago, this possibility that black sacrifices a pawn just like with d5, and he gets active pieces and so on, and they compensate for the pawn sacrifice. It's fascinating, and Magnus knows these kind of things. And he knows that you have to take your time, and he will play d5, I'm pretty sure.
Indeed, yeah. I absolutely love your suggestion there, Peter. Let's carry on with some of the other games while we do wait for Magnus's move.
Maybe bird's eye view?
Yeah, let's get the bird's eye view
Let's
again.
get that. And we see Vincent played d4, d5, c3. After spending some time, Sarana goes for knight e5 in the symmetrical position. He also castled, already trying to grab the initiative. For example, if white is able to play f2, f4, cement that knight on e5 and having the bishop already on b1, that looks like a very ambitious and very interesting way of putting pressure on Fabi.
And actually, have a look at boards 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10. Almost all of them have got an almost close to identical setup. Pawn on d4, pawn on c3.
Well, even forget about it. There is the Sarana Caruana and Jobawa Fan Forest position. It's kind of exactly the same, but white played the move h3 and now it's a reverse position, so it's exactly the same position.
It is.
Yes, only that already the castles had also been played, but from both sides. But this is very interesting. This 94 from Jordan is the same spirit like 95 from Sarah. He wants to go f5 and fight for an advantage.
Amazing. We're going to get so many similar positions, and yet the one that we're not going to get similar of all the top players is precisely Mamedov Carlsen, because Magnus has gone for the ambitious, let's call it the Sicilian. And of course, we can't use the classical names for these openings because they're totally different positions, but they're the only reference points we have.
Exactly.
So let's say that that Carlsen has played a actually that's what you could call it. You could call it a freestyle Sicilian or a freestyle Caro-Kann.
Of course.
So that way you manage
Of course, but there is also breaking news.
Yes.
My buddy, partner in crime in commentary, Niklas Huschenbeth, is on our screen. He fought his way back after that horrible loss in the very first round. I was really worried. Very nice to see him playing now on the last day against a fantastic world-class player, Lequan Guillem. And Niklas is amazing. Yeah, he has first of all done a course, a masterclass on freestyle chess. He is involved with his heart. He's extremely interested in all these special moments. Yeah, he's the one who is helping us out with Judith. Yeah, that what computer tells us, and he's checking the lines while we are talking with Judith. Yeah, so he gets tremendous amount of experience, and I'm very happy that he's fighting here for something big at the end of the event.
Yeah, it's great to see Nicholas up there. I know I was teasing him in round one. I'm friends with Nicholas, and I was having a little bit of fun with him after he had a disaster in round one. No, but it is really, really nice to see him back on the top boards. And, again, just to repeat what we said at the beginning, 2 wins today. If you are in the mix on 5.5, if you get 7.5, you could get a ticket. 7.5 is a really big score in this tournament.
At least you share for the ticket for sure. You might even get away with it alone.
You might get it.
Yes.
You might. And what we will do is, after this round is over, I think what we should do is understand, Peter, how it would work in terms of a tie break for the ticket. So let's say there are 4 players who are on 7.5. Magnus has already won the tournament, and who gets the ticket to Vegas? Because we don't know the regulations, right?
Yes, we should get confirmation. We don't want to speculate.
Yes.
Because this is such an important topic, actually.
Yes, very important, because it affects the whole tour. So between these rounds, we'll have absolute clarity for you on that. However, we're still far away from knowing which names are in the mix. Magnus Carlsen, still thinking on move 2. He has spent 21 minutes on the first 2 moves and counting. And once again, it's all to do, this is such a critical moment, actually, because if you are slightly imprecise here as Magnus, White's play is very straightforward. As Peter said, you can play d4, you can play c3, you can castle, and you can get what looks like an unbelievable version of an open Sicilian from the white side.
And
he's
there you
done
have
it.
Of course. No doubt about it. Taking his time, understand, because the key move is, of course, ed5, knight b6, I believe. Yeah, that and Magnus double checks, and look at this. He's looking up. I think he's kind of happy and looks around. Did anyone else play the way I played? And probably the answer is most probably not. And the reason is mostly also because people chose 1d4 over 1e4.
Correct. Yeah, he's going to see a lot of the screens and see this rather bland d4, d5, c3. At least the first few moves are a bit quiet. We do have a few of those positions with the knight on e5 and e4, though, so things could heat up very quickly on some of those boards. Just because they're identical, symmetrical positions doesn't mean they're boring. They can heat up very, very fast.
Also, look at, I'm reading there, the Friedman Rapport game. On move 8, they are already on move 8. Suddenly it shows that black is kind of clearly better. That would also be interesting to check out. How did that happen? How is this possible? But yeah, we know freestyle. And Rauf Mamedov is walking back he will be upset because now after d5, things get out. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
He knows it. Things are out of control.
He really wanted to just see b6 or ec. He just wanted to see
Something
some quiet
slow.
move.
Exactly.
Yeah, he didn't want this confrontation already. And he already knows, of course, as Peter said, that e5, bishop g4 already, or bishop f5 looks fantastic for black. I don't know what other moves you have. Do you know what, actually? It wouldn't surprise me to see the move pawn to d3 here.
Well,
Quiet.
but then it's going on the defensive, yeah? Also
Yeah.
very tough. And then you kind of acknowledge, yeah, that you are going on the defensive. But you might have to, or maybe you just castle as well, I don't know. But in any case, I'm loving the fact how Magnus treats the opening phase of the game, yeah? That he takes his time, he does not rush, and now it's Ralph to make a very tough decision.
Ralph Mamedov, there you have it. His tournament so far. He's it's quite funny because actually Ralph, I mean, with all due respect to Ralph, has had a pretty good draw. If you think about it, he has played only one Grandmaster over 25-50. Only one player, Yu Yang in round 5.
Well, okay, you should have said 2600,
2600,
yes, because Putinavicius, I think, is 2580.
I don't think so.
Something like this.
No, I don't think he's that high rated.
Well, we will check
We'll
out
check.
this game. It's interesting, yes.
In any case, what I'm trying to say is, yes, Ralph has had a relatively kind draw. If you compare the Ralph's opponents to Magnus, Magnus has had, you know, even Finnick in round 2, strong 2500 junior. Grandelius back row, Mikhailevsky, Lang, and Magsudlu. We're talking about, you know, all very, very strong grandmasters. But of course, you still have to win the games. And Ralph has had 2 great results back-to-back, beating Gökhan and Poltinavicius is 25-58.
But
so
look at the peak rating, 25.99.
Yes.
So that's the trick.
Yes. And they have played before, but in Magnus's favor. Ralph was his peak rating. There you go. I mentioned it before, 2709 in 2017, so nearly 10 years ago. He was, I remember it clearly because he was getting some invites to the big tournaments over in Azerbaijan and in Europe. He has always been, you know, he's just near enough my age. I remember Ralph from all the junior tournaments. Just one of these natural, like a genuine natural talent at chess. And he really gained notoriety, I would say, in the online streets. He was one of the most feared blitz players in the world on the Internet Chess Club back in the day. Muisbach, if anybody was around playing the Internet Chess Club. And by the way, Magnus was around, because I used to play Magnus a fair bit on the Internet Chess Club. Yes, this is when Magnus was sort of 13-ish, 14-ish. He was playing lots of games against Ralph Muisbach. Here's one for people to look for. It would be so funny to see how their online record is, these two. It would be really interesting to see. I actually, well...
Manchester United is back.
Yes, so his name, sorry, I'm saying Muisbach, that's how it read. It said Manchester United is back because Ralph is a huge Manchester United fan. I mean, he was an obsessed Manchester United fan. I don't know if he follows it so much nowadays, but certainly, you know, when we're talking about, when are we talking? We're talking about 20... Goodness me, we're talking about 22, 23 years ago. Like he was obsessed with Manchester United. Anyway, he's a great player, and now he's, well, confronted with a very tricky situation. And I actually expect him in this position to spend quite some time, another 5-10 minutes at least, because already it's a critical moment as early as move 2. His decision here and the flavor and the nature of his play will dictate the rest of the game. Does he want to be defensive? Does he want to play d3? Does he want to play a move like even c3? Possibly. I don't like c3 at all, but something. Or is he going to be aggressive, take the pawn on d5 and enter into complications? Already now on move 3, he will set the tone for this game.
Exactly. I think that e d5 is kind of ruled out. Once you discover that there is knight b6, Originally, I think everybody was thinking like, all right, if black plays the move d5, then I just take and he takes on d5, wow. But e d5, because the idea is that if rook takes d5, that's certainly good for white. That rook will feel very uncomfortable there. But the key move is knight b6. Magnus is about to play it. He can't really hold himself back. Look at this. The way he's sitting there, he will play the move knight b6 on the board, and he will be extremely pleased. Ralph already in trouble. Let me tell you this.
Think black
is in trouble? Yes.
Do you think black is better already?
Black is better, and this is the type of position if black gets the knight to d5. It's a very harmonious structure, actually. You don't have to worry about developing your bishops. They are already in the game. You get space advantage. You get knight f6 castles, and Magnus will get this fantastic harmony of pieces, the Karpovian type of position. It's an improved, brilliant kind of Caro-Kann. Can you imagine? There black is fighting to push c6, c5, breaking against white's d4 pawn. Now white has to think about how he reacts.
So let's just go back to move 1 very quickly.
What should he have done?
Yeah, and just go here and now click on knight f3. And you can see that bar. The computer disagrees with the move that everybody who learns chess is most accustomed to. Yeah. It doesn't work as well in this position. So can we...
Yeah, now we will turn on the engine just to understand. Yeah, because this is so special. First of all, after e4, c5 was which candidate by the computer? It's second.
It's good.
It is the second move. So c5, and I was wondering that is the move c4, but c4 is like trying to lock everything down.
Yes.
If you feel that you might get under pressure, then of course you play the move c4, and you think, okay, let's kind of play a quiet game. If draw is good, let's have it in the pocket. But for example, what one has to kind of also reckon with that black plays a move like e5, and it will be a complete cement. And knowing that what the master Magnus Carlsen is in all these maneuvering positions, there is absolutely no guarantee that you will hold the game. Yeah, so this is a very tricky spot. And second move was kind of c3. Well, it's the Alapin, it's the c3 Sicilian, but with the king on f1, weakening the light squares. And let's just quickly see why is d5 not working after c3? Why is not d5? Because e d5, knight b6 would be even an improved version for black. And computer says that e5 is a move. Well, believe me, this is very difficult to believe in, yeah, because black has all kinds of bishop g4s. Probably it's connected with f3, queen h4 against bishop h5. Let me try to show this. Yes, white has to play the move f3, and if black plays the move bishop h5, then I was thinking like maybe there is also this move queen h4, trying to use that there is a pin against the rook. According to computer, this is now not important, but in any case, just shows that the reason why, you remember, Magnus always plays the move c3. c3 and f3, if the bishop is on g1, he always loves to open up the bishops as quickly as possible. Wow, very interesting. So knight f3 played. d5, Magnus, of course, played the move d5, which is clearly the most testing one. And Lawrence, breaking news, or not a surprise at all, your suggestion, your desperate suggestion to try to stay solid, d3 should have been played according to the computer.
Yeah, I had a feeling that this is really probably the best move objectively, just because you still can castle, and then you can play a bit slower. You know, you can even play with, dare I say it, knight b3 attacking the c5 pawn, and then sometimes the knight can come to d2. Maybe you can even play something like, how about this as an idea, Peter? What about bringing the knight to d2 via b3 and playing a move like a3 and posting the bishop on a2? That looks very solid.
But breaking news, just to show how complex it is, computer also, while we gave him time, actually changes the mind, and the computer indicates on higher depths that a move like knight c7 is a wonderful move, and claiming that black is very comfortable.
Yes.
It's just completely insane how complex this game is.
Yes.
Yeah, that white seemingly has not committed any mistake, played the most natural moves, and maybe it is already more comfortable to play with black even after d3. That means then really knight f3 was a mistake.
It's a mistake.
Unbelievable. Really incredible. Yeah, d5, ed5, knight b6 now on the board. Ralph, yeah, and we see the pain. Yeah, Ralph is very unhappy. He knows that actually the main idea probably for him was like, let me be as solid as possible. Let's not make anything crazy. Make sure that I control the time. Because we have seen also Magnus yesterday against Parham. That was a brilliant game, and Magnus revealed us that at some point he decided just to be practical. Put pressure on Max Odlu's clock, and it worked to perfection. And all of a sudden, yeah, and the nervousness, it's just there. How can you, because very safety, there is no safety.
Yeah. No, Magnus has already taken over the initiative on move 3, and it's brutal. Again, it's not that the position is losing for white, far from it. And it's not even that black is much better here. That would also be incorrect. Black has got the initiative. He's got a more comfortable position.
Exactly.
The problem white has got here is that it's actually very difficult to see how you're going to involve your pieces, because it's very easy for black. Black is going to take the pawn on d5. Black can bring the other knight out to f6. Black can castle. And then black has got all of these squares, especially the f4 square. When that knight lands on d5 and then it goes to f4, that is a monster outpost or post for that knight, where bishop g4, b6, queen c6, suddenly you've got dreams of sacrificing the knight on g2. It all flows effortlessly. If you are a good chess player, these moves are just second nature to you. And with white, the problem is you're like, okay, what am I doing with this knight on a1? Because the moment you go knight b3, black is going to go b6, and this knight is going to be completely dominated out of the game. And then you're like, what am I going to do with this bishop on c1? I really don't know where to put it. Am I going to play d3? Am I going to play b3? You've got all these questions, and none of which have got an easy answer. But black's questions are easily answered. That's why this position is so unpleasant for white. Because a decent master would be able to develop this position for black and get a good position here.
Exactly,
I mean,
that's the point. Yeah, like you highlighted, yeah, that there's a very big question what white will do with his bishops, and black has nothing to worry about. Those bishops are already beautiful, and the knight, the troublesome knight from a8, from the corner, is reaching the game into the center and heading towards the dream square on f4, already setting up all these ideas that you highlighted. The knight from g8 just needs to be developed on f6, and it's already in the perfect place. I'm really worried.
Yeah, I also am worried that to have such a shift of momentum so early on is not good news. And as I say, black's moves are just so easy. So not only is the position difficult for Ralph, but here is my prediction also. Ralph is a fast player, but you can't really play fast here because nothing screams at you. So Magnus is going to gain quite a serious lead on the clock, in my opinion, in this game. I think by move 10, he's going to be up 20 minutes on the clock. And if Ralph is already spending 20 minutes on move 3, think about where we're going to be when he's facing some middle game questions in 15 moves from now. He could be in time trouble very, very easily in this game. So there are so many different factors to consider with this particular game, and everything is pointing.
Do you actually realize what a craziness you are actually saying? In a positive way, yeah, that it all started, it's a total paradox. Magnus Carlsen was spending 21 minutes, and he will be up on the clock exactly as you say, beautifully highlighted, because that's why you cannot rush.
That is why.
What a craziness we are witnessing. Yes, that it seems like Ralph blitzed out the moves e4, knight f3 in like 3 moves, comfortable situation, Magnus spending 21 minutes. So someone who just looks at our broadcast might think like, okay, what is this? Why is Magnus thinking on move 2? Well, after 2 moves, suddenly he might be up on the clock and will have the upper hand on the position. He can play all the natural moves. It's crazy, right?
It's just unbelievable. Do you know a move here that I would seriously consider as white? And don't laugh at me, but it's the move d5, d6.
Just to cause some little disharmony or...
Yeah, Because after ED, I'll happily trade off queens.
But what about your lovely move? Rook takes d6 with rook e6, trying to target that queen on e1.
I forgot. I even forgot you could take with the rook. I'm just so used to bishop takes d6 here. I thought, well, if bishop takes d6, it gives me kind of half a move to, to play d4, let's say.
Yes, but this.
No, this
I haven't forgotten
oh
about your rook e6, rook d6, rook takes d2. You remember when we were taking the knight on a8? Yeah, I'm actually also very impressed the way how always see these things, and I'm learning. Yeah, now I'm doing the same medicine. Imagine white just ignores it and black plays rook e6 and the queen is trapped.
That's unbelievable.
Insane, absolutely
wow,
insane.
rook takes d6. That's what. If it wasn't for rook takes d6, I think that would be the move that Ralph chooses, by the way. I think he would give back the pawn to just temporarily discombobulate.
Yeah, let's just show what you are meaning, that
like
bishop d6.
D4 maybe, or castles, I'm not really sure. Maybe just castles, but d4. At least now if I
and then try to put queen on e2.
Yeah, and if I castle, I kind of feel like I've got some stability here with white.
Yeah, some stability.
Yeah.
Yes.
But no, d6, rook takes d6 is a cold shower.
Yeah, at least it's very unpleasant that even one has to think about things like this. Yeah,
awful.
It's crazy. This is not the 5th day, the 4th day of the double rounds. Yeah, so everybody is extremely exhausted. One thing you don't want to be in a very uncomfortable situation with the white pieces right from the start, and this is exactly what's happening to Rauf. We have also seen Magnus Carlsen walking very comfortably. Yet, yes, this is a dream come true. I solved my opening problems once again. I got the type of positions that I really love. That's why I love to play chess. Yeah, everything is harmonious, everything is lovely. This is, I don't know what AI says, but I think like it's 80 or 90% chance that Magnus wins this game already at this point.
Talking about AI and other tools that we have, do we have the heart rate monitor for Magnus this round? Because we did have that yesterday, and we saw... it looks as though we don't have it. Maybe we'll have it for the last round, because that would be super exciting. I think having the heart rate monitor and the stress level monitor, I personally think, maybe not in an event like this, which is open and it's a bit more difficult, but in the closed events, and maybe it's something all organizers, not just freestyle, can think about, is it adds another really cool, interesting element to the psychological nature of chess. And for the audience members to know when players are stressed, when they're under pressure and panicking, and so on and so forth. It's just excellent for viewership. So for all of you organizers watching this, for the closed tournaments and the super tournaments, seriously, I would consider getting heart rate monitors as part of the, just as a normal. I mean, you like it, right?
It's as commentator, of course. I'm loving it. Yeah, it's always very nice to get a feedback from the players' reaction, that what goes on in their body, in their heart and everything during the game, because people might always think like, chess, and there is always this discussion that is chess a sport or not, and then people think like, moving the pieces is the way that you know what goes in your body. Yeah, that's the real, and there we have it. The Magnus Carlsen is wearing it. He's 80, stress level low, perfectly understandable. Look at his position. But if Rauf would have it, then there would be some red alert.
Well, I think it would be interesting. I don't think his heart is beating very high yet. That's my impression with Rauf. I still think he's relatively calm. I think the emotion that Ralph is feeling is annoyance or frustration. It's not panic, it's not desperation, it's frustration. He's like, how is this position already on the board after move 2? Why has he already got the initiative? This is annoying. But then the next emotion is, okay, let's just deal with it. Okay, I understand, his opening is fine. But
you think it's so easy?
Yes, I think that he's not panicking. I think
his world is falling apart.
Really?
Yes, I think so. He came here, he had 6 out of 7, and he had the white pieces. He might have felt, okay, let's just not do anything stupid. Let's just play very solidly, quietly, and quickly, controlling the situation. If I make a draw, I might get a ticket to Las Vegas. Now, After 2 moves, he's on the defensive. And he knows exactly that if he loses this game, and if you are getting a worse position against Magnus, so uncomfortable position, then he knows very well that the chances that he will lose are extremely high. I believe that this is now just really world falling apart for Ralph.
Wow.
It's so serious.
I did see there in the video while you were talking, Peter, he took a really big puff of the cheeks. It was a really like a stressful puff. So maybe all right. We'll see how things develop. And
yeah, maybe let's get the bird's eye view. We also see Tabatabai and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the stage. It's very nice also to see that, you know, there were all these upsets. We are loving the upsets as commentators and so on. But finally, when you look at the standings, then you see all the big names climbing back and fighting for the, basically whoever is on 5.5 actually still fighting for Las Vegas.
Absolutely, because it's such a big, it's not just a big event. I mean, we heard Jan-Henrik talk about who's going to be at the event. You know, Derrick Rose, one of the biggest names in basketball, the likes of Luka Doncic or Victor Wembanyama. I mean, you're not a basketball fan.
Yes, I'm not, but even I know this name.
But I mean, Wemby, who he said was playing chess in the park, he is, there is a good chance that this guy, he's injured actually at the moment, unfortunately, kind of really, really unfortunately. He was out for the whole season now. But Wemby, he's like 7'2". Perhaps somebody can confirm in the chat. He's 7 foot or 7'2". He is considered to be basically one of the next dominant forces in the NBA. He's not just a random NBA player. He could be up there with the likes of Shaq and all the big guys, Kareem and so on. They are basically saying that this kid here, he's from France, will be. So for him to be at this event, potentially, and we're saying potentially because we don't have confirmation, is like, imagine in football terms, Messi turning up when he was 17 at your chess event. It's that level of genius. So the ticket to Vegas, it's not just a ticket to a random tournament. It is a ticket that could change your life. They have got everything to fight for, and we're going to see. They are going to fight until the last breath today. You do not leave anything on the table for a chance like this. So, okay, and wow, we have 2 moves. Is that right?
Yeah, let's see the bird's eye view. Yeah, d4, queen b5 check. Actually, it's the move that Magnus blitzed out, so he was relying on this queen b5 check. Will he go for an endgame after queen e2 takes and then goes c4? Because the move c5, c4 is very tempting. And one could feel like, all right, then maybe it's good news for Ralph. If he can get into a slightly worse endgame, he might be able to live with. Yeah, if the game starts from a slightly worse endgame, then we say that this is a horror, because against Magnus Carlsen to be slightly worse in endgame, it's not a good news. But knowing that how unfortunate the situation was, I feel like this is maybe still the best scenario out of everything that we had. All right, we see that Vincent Keimer against Andrei Yesipenko features very much this slow kind of play, but with a very big moment that they already know that in other boards, after the move short castle from black, white can play the move knight e5, which was featured in some games. And let's take a look, for example, in Sana Caruana. There is already some development. Fabiano then tried to challenge that knight, and I think successfully managed to trade off that monster knight on e5 with a timely, I don't know, knight d7 or knight c4. We will get a close-up there. In the Navarra Dominguez game, white was able to establish the knight on e5, but he's a little bit jumping too much with his knights. Yeah, this knight a1, b3 to c5, and then it might land on d3. I'm not getting it. It's a little bit too deep. Well, actually, we are seeing very much the same in the Tabatabai Vachier-Lagrave game. And look at this. Seemingly logical moves had happened compared to the Navarro Dominguez game. Yeah, for example, black plays b6, knight c3, bishop f5, short castle, and we are already reaching that exact position. Yeah, and we look at the evaluation by the computer. Yeah, one is 0.18 minus, and one is plus 73. And we are talking about a quiet position where seemingly nothing is happening, and the meaning of every single move can have such a big impact. It just shows that, yeah, you can very easily get fooled that, it's symmetrical, we will make some natural moves and then we will take it from there. No. All the nuances extremely important. What else do we have? Sindarov Svane, a very special kind of structure, very hard to evaluate. It's double edge because the knight on a8 is kind of strange, but it will get to e6, knight c7, knight e6, and then we'll be talking about a very powerful knight. I also have to apologize for my voice, but simply I was talking so much during the last couple of days that, yeah, slowly my voice is running out. And what else? Arjun Erigaisi, who has had a tough tournament, is actually paired up. He's half a point behind David Anton Giharu, I think, because David Anton beat Hans Niemann, and I think Arjun won, but he was, I think it's like this. And Nyepo against Rasmus Vane. Look at this. Whenever I look at this pairing and I think about Rasmus, he's very unlucky. He always gets the toughest pairings.
Yeah, this is a really nasty pairing for Rasmus with black today. Stylistically, I think Nepo is the worst player in the world for him. Worst, bar none. I think a Nepo-Svane classical match would be a really, really difficult match for Svane. But I would not say the same for other players in Nepo's rating range. For example, were it to be something like, let's say, a Gukesh-Svane match, or anybody else actually, bar Nepo, I think Rasmus would actually have good chances to get a few points. I just have this feeling against Nepo that Svane wouldn't deal with the complications as well against he would against other players. But that's just my personal opinion. And I will say that on board one, it's something a bit strange has happened, because none of the moves actually make sense. So the only thing that has happened is queen to e2, and then
exactly, and then black captured the queen on e2.
Correct.
Yes.
And played c4.
And played c4. Yeah. Follows in our footsteps. Yeah. Takes c4, and yes, it might look like, okay, this is an endgame, but Magnus is kind of very happy because he establishes the d5 control. I'm not even sure. Do we capture with the knight on b6, or do we get greedy and try to get the knight from g8 capturing on d5?
I don't think it is greedy at all to capture via the other knight, because the knight on b6 does a great job of defending the c4 pawn, which can sometimes come under attack. And exactly. So c3
played.
Makes total sense.
And now we will see. Well, actually, the move knight f6 is natural. Yes, you keep both options open. Yeah, you wait for white to show. And one of the problems that white has, that he would love to get the knight to e3, but no matter in this case with which knight we are taking, after knight e3 there is the move you highlighted already in the middle game. Also in the end game, this knight f4 check, kicking away the white king from e2, looks extremely unpleasant. So white probably will have to waste time for, okay, it's not really a waste, but we'll have to play rook he1 followed by king f1 just to get his king to safety, which will give Magnus again two moves also to stabilize, coordinate. The big question that I'm asking myself, what will be the future of this bishop? That do we go bishop g4, or do we go e6 and capture with the b knight and then go b5 and put the bishop on b7?
I think both options. One move I was looking at, Peter, is after rook h1, which is I think the first move.
Yes.
Well, hold on. It's the first move you look at here is whether black would go bishop g4 to let's say put the question as to whether white wants to play king f1, because after bishop g4, if you go king f1, of course black can consider bishop takes f3, g takes f3, and then take on d5, and then the f4 square is such a juicy square. Maybe you would play bishop f4 to trade the dart squared bishops, and then plant a knight on f4.
Exactly. Let me just illustrate. Let me include h3 because at least this pawn would not be hanging on h2, so that we can show all the strategical ideas. So for example, a move like knight bd5, and the idea is now if black can play the move bishop f4 as Lawrence highlighted, and we trade those bishops, then the knight will eternally stand on f4. It can always be reinforced with the knight d5 or knight h5, depending where we want to put the knight. That knight sits there and alone will win the game because of this spoiled pawn structure. Clearly, if you already get into this horrible situation with white, you have to make sure to react like knight c2, bishop f4, knight e3 to this kind of thing.
Exactly.
Not allowing the establishment of the f4 square with the black knight. Just keep the tension and then probably put the bishop on e4, fight for the central squares and try to provoke some trades. And that seems more or less acceptable, even if clearly black is having a nice position. So we have already now talked enough about this. It will be a slow game. Which game from the bird's eye view we would like to select? What is your feeling?
Well, let's have a look at the bird's eye view just for a minute here. We do have a lot of quiet positions, actually. It is true. Like boards 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, even Jabava 8. We do have, there is a lot of quiet. Here's my suggestion, Peter. It's 10 past, actually, so we've been on air for just over an hour and 20 minutes or so. I think maybe now is a good moment just for us to get some water so that our voices don't actually disappear during the broadcast. Have a cup of tea, warm the throats, because we've got a very long day ahead of us and a very long round ahead of us. Quiet boards, really, for the most part, on those top 10. Nothing really to comment on so far. Many identical, very close to identical looking positions and strategic concepts. The one that really stands out is our main event of the day, Carlsen against Mamedov. How is Ralph going to stabilize in this now what looks like an ending middle game, end game position? How is he going to make sure that Magnus doesn't get everything his own way? He already had a successful opening. Now it's up to Ralph to make sure that he doesn't start drifting. And that's the key word here. You don't want to drift in this position. Think, well, okay, I can just play anything. No, you've got to try and play as precisely as possible. We're going to see exactly how that pans out when we come back in a few minutes. Of course, don't go anywhere. We're just at the beginning of what will be an incredible day of chess. See you very, very soon.
Jordan, congratulations. You just won your round 5 game against Georgios to move to 4 out of 5. How are you feeling so far about your play and your result in this tournament?
Yeah, it's just difficult every single game. You have to start thinking from move 1, and I don't know if I should be satisfied or what. I'm just happy the day's over, honestly. Like, I don't really care about anything else. Because in the morning I lost a tough game. But I guess it's good to end the day with a win. Like, that's the good thing about it, playing double rounds. If you lose the first one, you can still strike back in the second. But
have you played much freestyle chess before this tournament?
I practiced a little bit with some friends. I played an European Rapid and Blitz, was a Fischer random freestyle event. But like, not that much, of course. Like, I've been watching the events of freestyle as well, so just a little bit. But it's not like I've been like doing a lot of work, yeah.
Are you happy to be playing the freestyle, or is there a part of you that thinks, oh, I wish I was playing the normal tournament?
Oh, I think like double rounds, it was just nice not to prepare, but honestly, like, I feel like the games are much more like tiring than usual chess, so I don't know if I should be happy or not. At least there's like no rating at stake, so like, if you lose a game, it's not too bad, and I don't know, like, it's a bit more relaxed, like, in general.
What's your approach? Yeah, when you sit down at the board and you see the new position on the big screen, can you quickly talk us through what happens in your mind?
I don't know, I just usually try to see like how to develop the pieces, kinda, and maybe look around, see what the others are doing. I don't know.
Yes, I love the honesty. And finally, have you played in Grenke before?
Yeah, actually last time was 2019, so 6 years ago, but a lot of memories actually from that tournament. So it's really good to be back, and I think nothing much changed. Only the tournament got even bigger, I think. I don't know.
3,000 players this year. I mean, I was at your board now when you finished. You signed a bunch of autographs, took a lot of selfies. Do you like that so many fans come to support the players here?
Yeah, I think it's typical. Like, in Germany, there's so many chess fans, and of course, especially in Grenke, like the biggest open tournament or even tournament in the world. And I don't know, it's just it's nice to see like all the fans coming here and like such a crowd. Like, you don't really get to see this anywhere else. Like, so many people playing chess, so it's cool. Yeah, for sure.
Well, Jordan, thank you so much for your time. I know it's been a long and exhausting day, so we are gonna let you go. Enjoy some rest and wish you all the best for the remaining rounds.
Thank you, Fiona. Thanks.
Hello everybody and welcome back to round 8 of the Grenke Chess Festival and the Freestyle Chess Open. We are, in the opening phase still in a lot of the games of this round, but we're kind of slowly transitioning to the middle game. And of course, the main event of this round of today is the game on board 1 between Rauf Mamedov and Magnus Carlsen. We've already seen how Magnus has managed to set Rauf a number of serious problems already in the opening. Magnus on 7 out of 7, he's won all his games, and he is absolutely gunning to get to 9 out of 9. He would absolutely love to win this tournament with a perfect score. It would go down as one of his greatest ever victories, regardless of, if you think of all the tournaments he's won in the past, not just the World Championship, not just all the super tournaments, this would be a serious highlight on his CV. And he's managed to get the kind of position to cause Rauf problems already this early on in the opening. So that dream is still very much alive. I'm, of course, here with one of the greatest players ever to grace the planet, Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, we've been just overwhelmed by the level and the creativity of Magnus Carlsen. It's really a sight to behold.
Absolutely, absolutely. What Magnus has produced here, he also shows that he is so much into, well, we knew that he's into all the nuances in chess, but that he's already also so much into the nuances of the freestyle kind of opening phase. And it's not because it's move per move preparation or he knows exactly what to do, no, but he's into the strategic element, the way how you have to think. He probably already knows a lot of kind of structures, patterns, and so on. He plays the move bishop f5 at the moment, yeah, pinning that bishop on b1. And clearly, if we are just talking on general grounds that, for example, yes, white can unpin knight e3, but then you have to think about the consequences that, yes, we trade the light squared bishops, for example, and then we see that black's bishop on b8 is clearly superior to bishop on c1. There are two names that comes to mind when I look at this position. It is one, Karpov, from the black side, that give him this tiny little edge, and then you will be just thinking like, wow, what a maestro, step by step. Without white making a mistake, he might convert the position. And another name that comes to mind is Vladimir Kramnik, whom we have seen here already at the tournament, the legendary world champion, who kind of introduced the term, this is not an endgame, it's a queenless middle game. Because he was the one who got very much into the queen's gambit accepted d takes c5 kind of territory, which prior to him was considered completely drawish. And in his hands, it was always full of life and full of nuances. And he won many very instructive games, even against Deep Fritz. I remember that he won one game, I think there in that end game as well, in one of his matches in Bahrain, I believe. So it's very interesting, so much to play for. Let's not get fooled that this is an end game. It's a queenless middle game. And Magnus Carlsen, we know exactly that he is very famous of grinding down his opponents in positions like this.
Yeah, and you can see there another wonderful feature. We spoke about it in the first segment of today. Magnus is wearing a special kind of band around his wrist, which is measuring his heart rate. We can see there it's at 85, 86, which is a very nice low level. And also there are some other special elements to this technology which can measure his stress level, which according to all the variables and inputs is low at the moment, but we can see that change. We've not seen his stress level at super high yet, and that's for obvious reasons. He hasn't been in a critically losing or tough position where he's been on the back foot. He's really been the one in control for almost all of his games. I can't remember a position, Peter, where he was actually significantly worse.
Well,
was there one?
Well, against Bakro in the very beginning of the game, yeah, but it turned very quickly after Etienne made a mistake, rushing with a4 in like 30 seconds. And I met Etienne in the elevator this morning, and I was a bit harsh. I told Etienne that no, you had no right to play that move in 10 or 30 seconds. And he took it kind of easy, but looking at his score, and knight a3 is played, the move that we talked about, the trade of light square bishop will happen now. And I look at his result, and he collapsed after that loss. So actually that decision, that one decision, destroyed his tournament.
Correct.
He was carrying this fantastic energy, I think, going into the Magnus game by beating Fabiano with black, yeah, in that crazy turnaround comeback game from him. And then if that game would have been different, then who knows, maybe the whole tournament would have been different. In any case, Magnus then immediately jumped on his chance. He calculated some crazy lines. And another game was yesterday against Parham. Max Todlovic was basically the game of the tournament. One of the most intense games that we have, instant game that we have seen. I think not only recently, but yeah, it was a very special one. Going back to the hotel, I met Parham at the outside of the hotel. I was hugging him. I said that in the name of the chess community, I'm congratulating him for his game, and I think that he was very happy. We talked about like 10 minutes about his game, about the missed opportunities at that critical moment, and I was telling him that, you know, we are no idiots. We were there. We had the evil bar on, and we also couldn't guess a single move that how to evaluate position, so he can forgive himself. and he's still in the mix with 5.5. If he wins now, for example, then he can still make it to Vegas.
Yeah, he can. It was a heartbreaking loss for him, but he did himself and he did the chess world a service yesterday with that performance in just an incredibly tough position. Even Magnus, when he came into the booth, said, I'll be honest with you, I didn't really truly understand what was going on in certain phases of the game. He wasn't able to calculate it. So if he isn't, we aren't with the machine. You know, nobody can, basically. It was just too complex. So he has no reason to feel ashamed, or of course he can feel upset about not winning or holding, but to lose that game in such a tough game, he fought like a warrior. So he needs to remember that. And as you said, if he wins today against Matthias, he's back in the mix. And by the way, if you're thinking, who's that chap looking at the board there? That is Jan-Henrik Buttner, who
the mastermind behind all this.
Just the mastermind. Without him, none of this happens. The freestyle chess tour doesn't happen, and the movement, the freestyle movement, wouldn't exist. And I believe that, you know, I was in Weissenhaus last year as well, just as a guest, as a visitor, but I managed to speak to him, and there is no doubt that he is fully committed to making this work, 100% dedication to making this work. And I'm very excited to see how it all pans out. And we have on the board exactly what we thought would happen after knight to a3. Magnus with the most comfortable of comfortable positions. I mean, you can't get a more perfect, harmonious setup than this. Credit to Ralph, he swapped a few pieces off, and now I think maybe he wants to cover that f4 square with g3. That's my impression.
Yeah, but one of the things I already mentioned, the name Karpov. I'm kind of imagining also Magnus thinking about advancing on the king side with this h5, f6, g5 kind of motifs. The big question is, what is the best way? Because clearly white would probably love to set up a blockade like h4, g3 pawns. Yeah, some more pawns on the dark squares, not ideal, but avoiding black's advance on the queen side. The reason why I think that maybe I will not rush with h5, because after h5 white can block with h4, while if we do f6 and okay, let me just make a move, rook he1, we play the move f6, also taking away the e5 square, by the way, from white's knight. It makes sense. The king will go to f7. For the moment, the pawn might move to e6. I could have also played e6, f6, king f7, but that's not so necessary. If now now white plays the move h4, then in long terms we have the chance of going king f7, g6, h6, g5 regardless. So that's kind of the reason why I feel like committing the pawn maybe too early to h5, if we are thinking about getting g5 in, is not a priority. It's much more important to slowly, with f6, king f7, try to threaten g5. All right, anyway, I think this is now a slow affair. Let also Ralph think about what he will do. Let's get the overview, and I'm seeing that there is some happening in some of the games. For example, in Vincent Keimer, Andrei Yesipenko, we do see the evil bar moving, and we see some real confrontation. White is going active, black is counter-striking with c5, so maybe that could be a very important game to check out as our next candidate.
And by the way, we should, but I'm just going to make another observation here. The game Nepomniachtchi Svanne suddenly has got Mamedov Carlsen vibes. This is a very sort of similar looking, could have had something very similar in the Mamedov
but
Carlsen.
With the rook on d5.
With the rook on d5.
Exactly,
right.
and that makes a big difference because white has all these knight e3 tempos. And yeah, just that one small nuance, one small detail can actually completely change the evaluation of the position. Just shows again that you can never be sure what's going on. Let's not forget the players don't have access to evaluation, and that's how we love it. They are in the dark. They have no idea how to evaluate. They have to evaluate by themselves, and often the positions are so misleading. It seems like Ralph, I have done everything correctly, e4, c5, knight f3. Who can say that I made a mistake? And we see the consequences. But yeah, let's get really into Vincent against Yesipenko, because the move f3
I love
spices
it.
things up.
But I love it.
Yes.
Because why is F3 why is F3 such a logical move here? Well, it achieves a number of things. Number one, you control the e4 square. This is, you know, the two knights and the bishop, they were all, it's an important central square. Number two, if you do manage to get in either e4 or even g4, then you're suddenly going to be able to start really pressurizing black, gaining a bit of momentum, putting the initiative on. And if the f file ever opens, as Peter has correctly pointed out here, that king on f8, well, yes, it can castle. So having that move available means that probably there's going to be no serious danger down there, but you never know. So I like f3. It's versatile, and it also allows the queen from e1 to enter the game via normally a move like h4 looks like a square that it could arrive at. So this is a typical move as well. And you know, when you analyze Grandmaster games, you see this often. It's versatility of a move, multifunctional moves that have not just got one idea, moves that can achieve lots of different things. That's why they're such great players. They can identify. Now, finding the move f3 is not a particularly difficult move, in my opinion. I think anybody who's a mildly competent chess player would find the move f3, but it's just nice to get that confirmation that this is how top players play. And don't get me wrong, black's position is not, I mean, it's not losing at the moment, but there's something deeply unpleasant about it.
Yeah, there are also tactical problems. The problem is that, for example, if you play the move castles, which is desired, then white plays g4 and kicks away the bishop. You can't retreat the bishop on g6 thinking that, okay, knight g6, ag, I can live with this solid structure, because I'm pretty sure that white will keep on harassing that bishop with h4 and advancing on the king side. And you cannot create luft for the bishop, because then already white takes and destroys the pawn structure. So this is very much a serious issue. And if that bishop ever falls back from this diagonal, then as you highlighted, there will be queen h4 coming up. There will be all kinds of mating ideas against h7. Tremendous initiative. Let's just put it and see what computer tells about. I would not be surprised if he skyrockets.
It's over.
Exactly. It's kind of checkmate from nowhere. Look at these pieces. And black is also completely boxed in. So after castles, there is g4, the very thematic kind of reaction against something like f3 is to create the luft for the bishop with h6, so that against g4 you can fall back to h7. And yes, even then white can get the upper hand probably with h4, but also one thematic reaction that if you play the move h6, you have to reckon with e4, that who knows, at least you have to calculate. Yeah, maybe here you get lucky and you can retreat the bishop to h7. Oof. No. You are not lucky. You can't do that, all right? If you can't do that, then, okay, can you just grab the pawn? Maybe you can grab it like this.
Wow, this is... you have to have, I mean, already d takes c5, well...
Thanks to the knights. Maybe it works, but the point is that after fc, first of all, you have to check this e4, that not that e4 just wins the game right on the spot, but after h6, the other line that we talked about, with g4, bishop h7, h4 also looks kind of very dangerous. Computer doesn't like it. I'm not curious. Is there some c4? Of course, because there is the knight on d6. So actually, black has this c4 winning threat due to the pin. Then it means that after f3, if black plays c4, we have to reckon with the move c4. Then we will see e4 or we will see g4. Again, both moves are possible.
Yeah, you're not losing. Just
basically, okay. For example, g4 is possible, but probably then e4 is even. I will just take on c4 first.
Yeah, you can take and then go e4, right?
But I wasn't 100% sure that. But yes, okay. So let's imagine this is just horrible for black. Oops, the bishop takes on d3. Bishop comes to life. Black has problems. And however, this case then the move h6 looks like the most natural move, right?
Possibly, yes.
Or even h5. Is there an argument?
I don't like h5.
But it weakens too many squares, right?
Yeah, I don't like h5.
Then
bishop
all this
g5,
bishop g5, queen h4, everything gains in strength. Yeah. So okay, the professional move would be h6.
Yes.
If black can get away with it, it would be nice to play it.
I tell you something, in a blitz game I would play e4 here and then think about things later. I couldn't resist playing e4 here.
You would not be able
no,
to
I
resist,
wouldn't be able
right?
to resist. Not in a blitz game. In this tournament I would probably not play it, but in a
You
blitz...
would think first,
yeah,
yeah,
of course, but
exactly.
I wouldn't be able to resist
Yeah,
playing
because
this.
it's so tempting, yeah, that
just-
something should happen.
And now I would now I would think, but I don't see anything clear. Maybe you would just, you know, I hate to say this, but you might be able to play something as insane as d takes c5, b takes c5, and just go c4 and just play for compensation. Put the bishop on b2,
and then target the c5
target the
pawn,
c5
or bishop
pawn,
a6 or bishop b2.
a3, and just claim that, you know what, yes, you're a pawn up, but that's temporary. I've got wonderful play for my pieces, wonderful activity. Again, I doubt that this is objectively the correct way forward.
Yeah, but it's also interesting.
It's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we also see that Andrei, who was up on the clock like 25 minutes, is spending all his time, which means that after h6 there is also something that he really dislikes. And we have seen Magnus Carlsen taking his time at the beginning, Vincent Keimer, another player who is extremely experienced with freestyle, having won the Weissenhaus leg of the Grand Slam Tour and also reaching the semi-final in Paris. They are not afraid of taking their time. They just want to make sure, for example, also here, very quickly, because Andrei is thinking, let's just look at this. I wanted to highlight the knights. Please pay attention. The knights started their journey from a1, and they both land on d3 and d6. There's also some big art. So d4, d5, symmetry. Everything is kind of normal, castles. Now the big question, is white threatening to go knight e5 or not? But that was the reason why Andrei decided to play the knight c4 move, covering the e5 square. Then Vincent said, wait a second, this is kind of a clever idea, I'm going to do the same to you. Knight c5, b6, knight d3, bishop f5. Seemingly very natural, very logical to get the chance to develop that bishop to f5, but this is exactly what Vincent is turning into his benefit thanks to this f3 idea. So it was all connected. Everything was kind of connected, and that's what I like, that it's kind of a symphony. Those are not random moves, and then suddenly some idea appears out of nowhere. It was kind of planned. You had to foresee this whole picture that, yes, wait a second, I'm not committing bishop f4 too early. I'm actually keeping these dynamics.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Brilliant stuff. That game could get extremely spicy. It all depends on the next few moves. So we'll keep an eye on it. Let's go back to our bird's eye view.
Yes.
And let's have a look at other positions that could have... I think the Caruana game we can just completely rule out for the moment.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
Very quiet. There's nothing going on there. The odds of that being a draw are... Well, for me, they're well above 80%, actually. That just looks like it's going to peter out to a draw. Navarro Dominguez...
I would like to check out that game because we haven't covered really any of the games of any of these players.
Right.
And they are brilliant players. Look at this position. Yeah, it's completely out of control.
Navarro Dominguez is completely out of control. By the way, David, let's go straight there. David Navarro is another one of, if you said to me, put together a short list of your dream team for freestyle chess, and you had to pick, let's say you had to pick 3 players over 2750, 3 players 2700 to 2750, 3 players 2650 to 2700. David Navarro is in my 2650 to 2700 selection, 100%. 100%. He is...
Well, first of all, peak rating 2751. Yeah, just to highlight that he was kind of a top 10-ish player.
Yeah.
And now his rating dropped, but the class remains. And in freestyle chess, with all this energy and all this love for the game, because we know that David loves chess so much, it means for him so much, and he's there on the stage.
Yeah.
Fighting for everything.
He's just, it's very rare to find somebody as... who can go as deep as David. He reminds me a bit of Vachier-Lagrave in that sense, where you can get lost in the art it's one of Vasily's big downfalls, actually. I think it's been written about quite extensively, is that Vasily would often just get so deep into a section of the game that he would get lost in, he would lose the, he would basically lose his way, basically forgetting the fact that he's there to win a game of chess. He would just get so lost in the beauty of a variation or the beauty of a concept, and then he'd have to zoom out again and realize, oh, actually, I'm supposed to win a game of chess and not just focus on this very pretty pattern. David, also, there is some element of that with his game. He obviously is not at the peak that he was 10 years ago. He and I were actually the same age. I played Navarra in the World Junior Championships years and years ago. I got absolutely crushed. David was already 2450 when he was 12 or something like this. He wasn't one of the world's youngest grandmasters, I don't think, but I think he was a GM already at 15. I think that was...
Yeah, he was a prodigy.
Yeah, he was definitely very, very strong. Nonetheless, great guy, great ambassador for chess, and somebody that you won't find somebody who loves chess quite like this chap here. He absolutely loves chess. So it's great to see him playing this event. His position, I have to say, is, well,
I understand what you want to say.
It's a bit creaky. It's a bit loose.
We
really.
also know that he's very ambitious. He wants to play for a win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but actually, he might have the exit of taking on d6 and taking on e4, but that will be very drawish with the opposite colored bishop kind of position. So we see this. He's also up on the clock. Lenier Dominguez does exactly the Lenier Dominguez thing. He thinks. Look at this. He's down to 35 minutes on move 13, but make sure that his position is sound, everything is under control, and he knows that he can rely on his tremendous class later on in time scramble.
By the way, I just realized the last freestyle, the last Chess 960, I played David Navarra here in Germany, in Berlin.
Really?
I played him last year.
When was it?
In last February or March. It was a close game, actually. I did lose.
Right after the Weissenhaus event, I think there was this tournament in Berlin.
Yeah, I played him. It was a very close game. I did lose, but it was a close game. But I remember thinking, oof, it was very unpleasant playing him because he finds these very original ideas, and he's a tough opponent. I will say, however, in this position, you mentioned the idea of capturing the knight on d6 and then capturing on e4. I do think that doesn't work. It just doesn't feel like that works. I think you can happily grab a poison pawn on h2 there. There's no real way to...
you can? Then let's take a closer look. This I feel like a challenge. I have to refute that. I don't believe you can take it.
I think you can just take it.
I don't know yet, but how about something tells me... because the H file is open.
Yes.
Wow, okay, I was assuming, because this is the point, when you are not looking at the game from the beginning, then it is so difficult to get the logic. And of course, Navarra, we talked about him, he will never take on d6. He did not take, he played the move queen f2.
Yeah.
The computer hates this. Wow, but this is a game changer, because I felt like white actually has a compensation and can take on d6 whenever he wants. But I'm actually quite positive for black that my rook is opened.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is much more important than having a pawn on h7.
Okay, what to do now with black? This is a tough one. This is like knowing the best move here as black, I think, will require some deep thought. So let's see if we can come up with some ideas here.
Yeah, very fascinating position. There are also some ideas like knight b5, actually.
Wow.
Shouldn't be ruled out just because suddenly there is this knight c3 square. I don't know. Okay, let's just put it on the board because it's kind of funny. It might not be so good, but I wanted to highlight knight b5, hitting on c3. And the question after bishop takes b8, do I have the time to take
because of queen
on
g3?
No, to take on c3 immediately. Can you believe this? If that would be possible, bishop takes b8. Yes, we have the option of taking rook b8, but I'm very curious to also check out on knight takes c3. Because look at this, it's crazy configuration. It is a crazy configuration.
works.
Well, according to computer, yes. If rook c1, then we just take on b1. I think we just take. And the knight can escape on a3 and the bishop is hanging on b8.
Crazy.
Be careful. And the last move was queen e1 to f2. I believe the queen came from e1, yes. And that's why I was kind of, wait a second. Isn't this big? Because the pawn is on b3, yeah? The pawns are never going back. You always have to watch out for some weaknesses that are created. And knight b5 is very interesting.
Wow. That is a very unusual concept. I will say, after bishop... yeah, because originally I thought, oh, you wanted to go bishop takes b8, rook takes b8. But in that
even that works, because against queen g7, queen takes e2 check with the knight on c3. Yes, because I had exactly the same kind of feelings that, okay, just to illustrate, yeah, that c4, knight c3, it looked like there is queen g3 with double attack. And I thought, yeah, bravo, Peter, you are blundering a piece. And then I realized that, no, thank you very much, I got lucky here with queen e2. As commentators also, we are talking everything, so we rely on intuition, and we cannot just always very precisely calculate the consequences of every single move. But yeah, this queen f2, knight b5. But then what does white do?
It looks very strong, Peter.
Because bishop d2 would be a horrible move. Then the bishop on b8 is a brutally strong piece. And as we talked about, this rook is open, then there is tremendous initiative.
Maybe you have to go rook c1 here. It's passive and horrible, but what else are you supposed to do?
Rook c1, but even after rook c1, there are so many. Yeah, you have to. You have to play rook c1. However, in this case, you can never castle long anymore.
True.
Yes, and short castle is somehow always running into even queen takes h2 sacrifice, by the way. And we should also illustrate this just for our viewers that, for example, now we are just for illustration purposes, but Lenny is about to make a move. Knight b5 appears on the board. There you go. Knight b5 played by Lenny uses the chance. Wonderful time management, yeah, because if you get a good position and you still have 30-something minutes and you have 30 seconds increment, I feel like now players have gotten used to the increment so much. Yeah, they are also playing the online games with 10 seconds increment. There are tons of blitz games with 2 seconds, and suddenly 30 seconds feels like, wow, I have such a safety net, no?
Absolutely, yes.
So knight b5 on the board. David will have to play the move rook c1, we believe. Yeah, white needs to protect that pawn. And just for this, I already highlighted, okay, let me show this. White seems to castle, escape, and bishop takes f4, queen takes f4, it's kind of unclear. But there is queen takes h2, check, winning the game. Bishop takes, king h1, bishop goes back to g3, check, and then we have another pawn. Black is already 2 pawns up. And this is horror. So all kinds of tactics, and poor David, look at this. He is not happy. He completely missed. He felt like there is this pin against the bishop on b8, so Black will never be able to move, but Lanier uses the chance. And if Lanier wins this game, he will jump to 6.5 points.
Yeah.
He will be there.
He will be right there.
He will be fighting for Las Vegas.
From St. Louis to Las Vegas, it's not such a big journey. I don't know, it's like probably 3 hours in the plane or something.
Yeah, compared to for Europeans.
Compared to...
Actually, how do you get to Las Vegas from Europe? Do you have any experience? Or from London it's easy?
Well, have I got any experience? Let me see here.
Tell us your secrets.
Let's just say I've been to Vegas a fair few times, and I've got my bruises and cuts from that place. Ironically, I have been to Vegas twice for chess. If you remember the Millionaire chess tournament, what a fantastic event that was.
It was 15, 16?
It was about 10 years ago, yeah. Yes. It was about 10 years ago. And that was Maurice Ashley, and 2014 to 2015. I can't believe it, over 10 years ago. I don't know where the time has gone. I really don't. But so I've been to Vegas twice for chess. That was a phenomenal event. but I've also been to Vegas many times for recreational activities. And the flights from Europe, normally there's a direct flight from Heathrow or Gatwick, flies directly there. You can go from Amsterdam. Most of the European hubs have direct.
Also from Amsterdam.
flights.
Yeah, there is a
yeah.
direct flight.
There's one from Amsterdam, and I guess there might be some. There probably is one from Paris as well. Probably a few options to go to Vegas, but it would be kind of curious if we got a European player, or perhaps I don't know who else, an Asian player, to get that ticket. But nonetheless, if they've not been to Vegas before, and my guess is that a lot of these players have not been to Vegas before, so
they are too young.
Well, that's actually a really good point. We're going to have to find out what. You've just put up.
Well, I know it because I was in Vegas in '99.
Yeah.
I just became a top 10 player.
Yeah.
I had a 27-10 rating, winning the Dortmund Super Tournament. I played the World Cup. No, it was actually the World Championship at that point. I got knocked out by Sergei Movsesyan. I had a flight back scheduled like if I would have had a successful knockout. It was one of the first knockout events, so you didn't know exactly how to book and psychologically what is right. So I had to spend something like an extra week or more after that. I checked out from the Caesars Palace. That's where the tournament was taking place, and people told me, opposite to the street, there's a nice hotel and it's much cheaper. Why don't you spend this? And I was 19. So I'm checking out from Caesars Palace. I go over to the other hotel and they tell me, sorry, sir, you are not 21. You are underage. You have no right to get a room at all. And I'm there with my suitcases as a top 10 player. I think like I'm a superstar. It was like absolutely crazy.
No, and then that's the point, because the 21-year-old, that's law, that's local law. So if we do get a player who's under 21 who qualifies, they might not be... They might be restricted from certain areas in Vegas. They might not be able to walk through certain parts of the casino floor. I don't know where which venue the tournament is being held at. I think maybe Jan Henrik, if he comes in later, will be able to give us a bit more information. But that would be very funny. And Vincent,
yes.
Vincent is not 21.
Well, he's fighting for his ticket to get there. Yeah, he will be 21 in November. Yeah, so he's very close, but it doesn't count.
Doesn't matter.
You're underage.
They check your ID at every moment, and
yes.
If he fancies a quick hand of blackjack before the game, which, by the way, I do not recommend, he won't be able to. I don't know if there's actually another tournament. Basically, there's no other location in the world where this would be an issue.
Relevant.
Well,
wait a second. No, actually it has. I was on honeymoon with my wife in Rhodos.
In Rhodes, yeah.
Yeah, in Rhodes. In English, yeah, it's Rhodes. And there was a wonderful casino right by the sea.
Right.
And we talked about it that, okay, we should, but I was there, it was 23. And we are going to the casino, and I was not allowed to enter even at the age of 21.
But what I'm trying to say, Peter, is I agree that, but that's a kind of voluntary. If you want to go over there, you can. But I'm saying within Vegas, if you're staying within
yes.
the complexes itself, you might be restricted from certain areas. I'm sure they'll find a way to resolve it all, but it will just be quite funny if we got that situation. In any case, we're a million miles away from knowing who is going to get that ticket. However, we were big fans of Vincent's position. I mean, we
have to check it
let's
out
go back.
Because what did Andre come up with? He was thinking a lot, something like half an hour. It would be really nice to get these graphics that we are able to get that who spent how much time on each move, because I believe that both players spent tremendous amount. And what do we see here? So after f3, c takes d4, c takes d4. I think this is already kind of good news for white also, that black released the tension. Then he opted for h5, weakening the g5, h4 squares.
You're up 17 minutes by
17
Yasimenko.
minutes.
Yep, on c takes d4.
On c takes, yeah, by Vincent, 10 minutes 41 for the very first move, d4. Then knight b6 castles, knight c5 by Vincent, yes. 8 and 7, it just shows that, it was a very delicate kind of position. And Vincent came up with a surprising move a4. It's a strategical move, trying to set up the bishop to a3. It somewhat surprises me, but it's very much in Vincent's style to have the total overview. He might feel like, wait a second, actually, if that knight does not move on d6, and also it's kind of beautifully restricted by white's pawns with f3 and a4, then the bishop on b8 is not coming to life. If ever black plays the move e6, then there will be a tremendous pressure along the a3, f8 diagonal. And if black castles, then who knows, maybe something will happen on the king side. For this reason, Andrea decided to play the neutral move, rook c8. Okay, neutral, activating the rook, occupying the open file, also guarding the c6 weakness. But this is looking very promising for white.
Here's a question for you. Now, everybody watching this will know that you've been working with Vincent for how many years?
7 years.
7
already,
years.
yeah.
How close is he stylistically? Well, if you had to say Vincent's style looks like another player, which player is closest to him stylistically in chess? It doesn't have to be today's chess, it can be from chess from the past.
Yeah, interesting, because actually on one side one gets the impression that Vincent is a very positional player.
Yes.
But at the same time, for example, because I'm an e4 player, yeah, so I'm positional player, strategist coming from e4. He's a strategist coming from d4. That's why I feel like we are actually, despite the fact that we are more or less on the same wave, still we are different. Mm-hmm. So we can't really compare each other, and I never had the intention of changing him or whatever, mm-hmm. yeah. I very much wanted to keep, and I know that he's an incredible fighter who is always looking for complications. So he never simplifies. It's also kind of very interesting, because I tend to think like, all right, if I can get a risk-free kind of position, then let me get it. Yeah, for Vincent, risk-free is not the main priority. Creating the most tension, creating the chance of having an incredibly complex fight is actually often, and look at this, he plays the move a4, hinting at going bishop a3. And then suddenly he goes bishop f4. It actually signals me that he was thinking about knight b5, knight
Correct.
c3.
That's what I was going to say. He was actually restricting this knight from d6 from jumping in.
Wow. So the move a4 trigged me completely. I thought like, wow, okay, Vincent is a big maestro. He wants to get his bishop to a3. And then he said, yes, maybe if black would have committed the move e6, maybe I would have gone to a3. Now, black with rook c8 created some ideas on the c file. I will go other way. In any case, I'm pretty sure Vincent is happy with his position, because the position is very much to his style. Actually, stylistically, I'm not exactly sure.
You can't think of a player, yeah?
Whom I can really compare. He's quite unique. He has this Magnus' kind of touch, yeah, that in many of the positions. That's why I also feel like Vincent is suffering against Magnus so much, that many of the incredible skills that Vincent has does not come to life when he plays against Magnus, because Magnus equals him there, or maybe even has even there the upper hand, while having many advantages still in many other areas. So what is the solution? Keep on growing, keep on getting better in every areas. And what did Magnus tell in the press conference when I had a match with him in 2008 in Miskolc? It was the match in May 2008. I had a +3 score against Magnus at that point, dominating him in many of the games. I was like his nemesis, kind of, because he was already like number 5 in the world at the age of 17. He was just 17 at that moment. And he was saying in the press conference that, well, he actually tries to ignore it. He just tries to become a better and better player, and he thinks and hopes that it will solve by itself. What happened? It happened as he said, yes. Then from 2009, he started to take over, and by this point now we are equal. We are on 50%, so he beat me 3 times ever since. But it was just the way how he was reacting to this question. He was just 17. I already find very impressive.
Well, look, why don't we go back there? We've got him on camera. Let's select his game. We have just had a move from Ralph, and we've had a few moves. So let's get stuck in, because we've actually had we've had about 6 moves. The last time we saw it was after knight f takes d5 on move 10.
Yes.
And Ralph did play the move I expected, which was g3. And, excuse me, and Magnus did play the move that you suggested.
Yes, exactly. GC F6. Okay, this is also very much my kind of style. Yeah, I was grown up by Karpov games. Yeah, I always wanted to imitate. Yeah, what Karpov was doing, and I remember when I succeeded, I was, running around by joy that yes, I have learned from Karpov. Did you see what I was also capable of grinding out something? This was my big specialty. One of the very first, actually the first game in the Informant, for Chess Informant that I ever commentated on was a masterpiece by grinding out a lovely little advantage. So yes, g3 f6, knight fd2, rook c8, knight e4, bishop d6, avoiding any kind of knight c5 moves, and inviting white to capture on d6, which actually happens later on in the game, king d2, f5. White feels like, okay, I'm not happy taking on d6, but I cannot just move around with the knight for too long. Maybe even black is ready to open up the position with e5, I'm not sure, but maybe. So he takes on d6, and I would say that this very much resembles some French kind of structure when you have a eternal knight on d4. Now this is an eternal knight on d5, and in my mind this knight alone can win the game. It just sits there, dominates, and basically it's good knight versus bad bishop. For the moment, even the knight on b1 cannot really be called a good one. Black has the idea of going knight a4, targeting the b2 pawn, advancing the pawns with b5, but clearly will not be in any rush. The king f7 move, it already happened. King c2 is played. Yes, pieces were traded. It seems like it's an endgame, luckily for white. If white's king would be on g2, instead of c2, I would say that it's almost certain that Magnus will win the game. Now, thanks to king on c2, there is some stability. The weakness is protected. It will be a very long grind. I would give at least 50% chances for black to win this game and 50 for a draw. I think this is a serious advantage.
And 0% for white?
Yes, of course. Okay, white can only win here by a blunder by black or by absolutely over pushing. But we know that Magnus is not such an insane kind of guy that he over pushes in these positions.
Do you know what? What's really interesting is that I'm going to if Magnus wins this and he wins it nicely, I'm going to use this exact position, starting here, as a demonstration of how a top player grinds a position like this. This is a position that perhaps somebody who's a good club player or something would say, well, why should white's position be so bad here? My pawns are safe. I'm protecting everything. By the way, there was a draw, Sorana, Caruana. That was just a non-event, really, that game. That game was as quiet, maybe the most quiet game of the tournament, yes. Actually. It was just nothing happened. But in this particular position, we're going to see now how the greatest player of all time manufactures this small advantage. And as I was saying, you might think, well, how bad can my position be here as white? I mean, but the position is tragically bad for white. And the reason is because you don't actually have any targets. The pawn on d6 is a critically important pawn in this whole position. It covers one of the only holes that you could potentially exploit for white. The knight on d5, as Peter said, is an eternal knight. It can never be ousted. And black, more importantly, can play on both sides of the board. So black's last move, knight d7, indicates two things. One, he wants to push the queenside pawns with b5, a5, play b4, create a weakness in that chain from b2, c3, d4. And the other point is the knight can actually make its way over to the king side, knight f6, and then white already might have to play a move like f3. And then if black can start thinking about g5, g4, get that pawn out the way on f3, then you've got the e4 square. And we're going to see the greatest player ever slowly manufacture this advantage. And I totally agree with Peter. I think that in 10 games, 5 times out of 10, Magnus wins this, and 5 times Ralph suffers for another 4 hours and makes a draw. Every single trump is in black's favor in this position, and Ralph knows this, and Ralph understands that the task ahead is going to be really, I mean, this is This is almost more unpleasant than being on the wrong side of an attack, because at least with an attack, there might be some inherent risk. You know, you have your opponent throwing pieces and he might leave himself exposed, or some counterattack. You've got no counterattack, and black has got zero risk. If black wanted to make a draw here 1,000 times out of 1,000, he could. There is nothing in the world that could stop black making a draw. It's just about how ambitious he wants to be. But the way to play this position as black is so risk-free. You don't have to go crazy at any point. Okay, we see knight d2 here.
D2, yeah, it's slow. The big question is white trying to trade the knights? The point is that I don't think that it brings any benefit, because the other knight will land on d5, and then it will really be knight versus bad bishop, while there is some sense to this saying in this position also that black has two knights fighting for the same square. But the reason why I said that this is not, I don't think, so important for this position, that, as you highlighted, the knight will sit also beautiful on f6, always ready to jump into e4, will create some weaknesses. Clearly we will be seeing Magnus pushing b5, just stabilizing his pawn on c4. Yeah, and Magnus pushes b5, just enjoys it. It will be a slow affair, nothing really will happen. You just step by step improve the position. This gives us a chance maybe to check out on something special, not that our producer has just mentioned.
Let's do that in just 1 second. Next question for you. If you could choose anybody in the world to play this position with black that isn't Magnus Carlsen, from either today's chess or chess from the past, who would you choose?
Well, okay, Karpov,
okay,
for sure. Yeah, Karpov. I would trust blindly.
Yep.
But I would also say, hello, here I am. Give me this position, please. Yes.
You would be on my. Here's my short list of 3 players. You, Karpov, and the third one's going to surprise you.
Third one will surprise me.
In his absolute peak. Peak. If you get this, I will love you forever.
But is he a modern player, or it's from someone from the past?
He was popular in the 70s and 80s.
Well, Ulf Andersson.
Correct.
Yes, of course. Okay, Ulf. Well, I was once tortured by Ulf.
I would give this position, if this were 1982, I would give this position to Ulf Andersson and be celebrating the victory at dinner 5 hours later. But look at this move.
Yes, exactly. I wanted to upload. My first reaction was that Rauf understands, feels that, wait a second, if black stabilize everything, I will be ground down without any counter chances. And he's looking for counter chances. He's ready to take risk, which basically actually means that it's no risk, because by doing nothing, it's much more risky than trying to create counterplay if you think like this is a possibility. And
how good is this move? This could be brilliant, by the way.
This could be brilliant. And let's just very quickly show that Magnus had the chance to start with knight 7 f6, but he felt like, I need b5 anyway. I'm going to decide when I put my knight on f6. And all of a sudden, after b5, Rauf plays the move g4. What is the point? So after f take g4, he gets access to the e4 square, hitting the d6 pawn, plus knight g5 check. And all of a sudden, black's king can get in danger. While if black just ignores it and plays the move g6, then after gf5, suddenly there's a loose pawn on f5. Who knows? With knight f3, also with knight g5 ideas, but if black plays h6, then white will have knight h4.
And king f6.
Going after the pawn, then suddenly look, g1, there is the g6 square, the pawn on h6. There is suddenly something to talk about.
Yes.
And just one move ago, we were saying that it is in black's hand. This is Rauf, typical Rauf, using that one chance that he gets.
Yeah, the move b5 might actually be a mistake by Magnus Carlsen. It might be a mistake.
Because of g4. Or Magnus comes up with a brilliant response to g4. But what is this brilliancy? How to ignore? And let's see the body language, face expression. Well, I feel a little bit disappointment in Magnus's reaction. Like, wait a second, why I was so euphoric, why I was so careless, thinking like, there is absolutely nothing that white can do to my position. I can improve as I wish. Suddenly this creates a dynamic, and the chances of white eventually saving it. Just like when you mentioned that sometimes it's better to be in defense of an attack, because there you know exactly if you survive the attack, then there is nothing to be afraid of, strategically speaking. And G4 creates this counterplay.
And let's look at the stress monitor. We can see his stress level has gone from cool as a cucumber, and his heart rate is slowly creeping up. So it's an indication that probably he missed this move. I think that's fair to say he probably missed this, and that he's getting a bit frustrated. And look, the heart rate went from 85 to 100 in a split second. So he's starting to, for the first time this game, get a bit anxious about this position, and rightly so. This is a brilliant move by Rauf Mamedov.
Absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant move.
That's why my very first kind of reaction was, I have to applaud, because and he blitzed it out, yeah? So basically was hoping, let's just go back 2 moves.
Yeah.
So this was the moment when Magnus moved back the knight from b6 to d7, setting up the idea of going b5 and knight f6. Probably if we ask Magnus, what are your next 2 moves, he will tell us b5, knight 7, f6. And I have all the time in the world. And look at white's knight, and that's the reason why I wanted to come back here. That the knight is sleepy there on b1. It does absolutely nothing. And one gets the impression that, wait a second, this knight has no perspective in this game. Yeah, if it heads to f3 via d2, then black just plays a move like h6 and covers the g5 square, and you will have to deal with knight f6, knight e4. If you play h4, then even knight f6, knight g4, you weaken the squares. And the trick was that after knight d2, b5, there is g4, and Magnus is kicking himself now.
Yeah.
That's why there is the stress level that I could have started with knight 7, f6, and then none of this would have happened.
Yeah, because even here, let's say knight to f3.
Yeah, then okay, you can
go h6.
Do whatever you want. Yeah, h6 followed by knight e4, and the knight has basically nothing really to do on f3. But b5, g4, and the reason why in chess we always say you can never be careful enough. Yeah, you have to expect the unexpected. And yeah, look at this.
Yeah, he's annoyed.
Magnus is very upset with himself.
It's a very missable move. It's not a move. I mean, the guy just played g3 a few moves.
We haven't seen it coming at all.
Did not see it.
Yes.
But it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant, fighting for some squares. And it's also a lesson for all of you guys. When you play somebody who's on paper a stronger player, or we think, sometimes we play stronger players. That's normal. When you play stronger players, it's really important not to maintain a passive mindset. When you're in a slightly inferior position, really search hard for resources to try and create some play, because you will never succeed playing passively against a stronger player. You might be able to prolong the game, but eventually you will crack and you will lose. It is not a recipe. You must try and be proactive in all these positions, and this is an archetype example of just how to do that. And look how annoyed Magnus is. You can just feel it in his body language, and he's probably saying exactly what they did. Why didn't I just play knight 7 f6 first and then play b5, and then I would have avoided all of this? And already the dreams of how this game were going to develop were already in Magnus's mind, this slow grind of playing all over the board. But now he's in a spot where it's like, actually there's...
And I have to calculate. I'm forced to calculate.
But
yeah?
you start to get a bit tilted here as black, and all of a sudden, right? It's like, actually, the 0% of me losing this is not 0% anymore.
Exactly.
It might be a few percent. It might be 1%. It might be 2%.
Yeah, because now I think that in order to try to get the upper hand, black will have to take risks.
Correct.
Because things will get out of control. Probably he can still shut the game down, but this is not his intention. But in order to try to prove that I'm better, he will have to give white serious counter chances. What a moment, and how good that we still stayed with this game for one more second. Now it's the moment that we can move on.
Let's move on.
Because now Magnus will be taking his time, and we can maybe check out that disaster, that opening disaster that apparently happened to Danny Friedman against Rapport. But by the time we are saying this, Daniel Friedman is fighting back? No, cannot be. Yes. Exactly. This is a losing position. The computer is sometimes tricking us with his evaluation. So let's take a look what happened from the beginning. All right, d4. We have seen that after 8 moves it was clear minus. d4, knight b6. Okay, knight f3. d5. Symmetrical of all symmetries. And after castles, Richie playing f6 and create some unbalance. The castle move, which again, just like with Mamedov, e4, knight f3, very natural, you castle in, but actually you castle into something quite tricky. After e4, Rapport played the move queen h5. Okay, he is eyeing on h2, he's threatening the move bishop g4. So Friedman goes h3, stopping that. And we already know kind of what happens next. But wait a second, this is a complete hallucination because it's not about the bishop sacrifice. It's about the hanging knight. Probably Friedman just saw like bishop h3, gh3, queen takes h3. This is not a checkmate. And completely forgot that in normal chess the knight is always protected by the queen on d1. But now the queen is on e1 and then queen takes f3, just picked up the knight. Black is a pawn up. Black has a running attack against White's king. So in fact, Richie avoided the trade of queens. And after f4, even knight c4 comes with a tempo. Total horror. Queen f3 now. Black trades the queens and goes knight d6 immediately. Provokes something the knight after e5. Ready to jump into e4. That's also not good. So then he tried ed, cd, f5. But this is just pawn down for nothing. Black breaks with g6. And Rapport goes on to win in a very convincing manner. No surprises there. The final position, yes, nothing happens. King e5 protects the bishop. It's 3 pawns. It should just be an elemental win. Black can even trade rooks, basically, in this construction. So nothing to talk about. Okay, we have seen the opening disaster. Yes, what a creative play by Richie. f6, queen h5, unbalancing the position right from the start.
All right, let's go to our bird's eye view, shall we? And have a look at our... so we already saw Serrano Caruana is a draw. And from the other games, we've already been quite deep into Keimer. Magsudlu looks like he's got a very pleasant position against Bluebaum, which is very nice to see.
Well, very similar like the Vincent Keimer and the Yesipenko game. Very similar team, but he also, Black's bishop from f5 probably was pushed back from the diagonal. And now the bishop reached a3, what we talked about, the queen reached h4. So all this combination of forces are guaranteeing White a wonderful position. Actually, practically speaking, this looks slowly but surely losing, no? White can even play g4. White doesn't even need to castle. Rook g1, maybe set up some knight f5 ideas. Millions of ideas.
I mean, here, why don't we just click on the position?
Yes.
Just very quickly. We won't spend too much time, but I mean, in this position here, I would be playing g4 with White on this move immediately. And then if you give me another move, I will go queen h6. I will go h4, h5. And I will announce checkmate.
Just play like a dragon.
Just play it
like
a
without
dragon.
any counterplay for Black.
Just g4.
Yes. Yeah,
Looks
g4 basically wins the game.
Totally losing. And Bluebaum, look at him there, shaking his head.
In disbelief.
Yeah, he just cannot believe it. And was g4 played?
Not yet, but it will happen any moment.
I mean, there's no way he's not playing g4
Yeah,
here.
how did he lose the control of his bishop? That's the only thing that I'm really interested, because otherwise we can more or less imagine. Yeah, it was this kind of solid structure. The knight on c2 doesn't look frightening at all. And knight e4, a4, knight d7, bishop a3, a6, knight e3, and Parham somehow, wow, with magic precision, using, of course, the mistakes by Matthias, somehow regrouping in the wrong manner. And look at this, the next two moves are the key. Bishop e6, f3, knight d6, queen h3, your move, high five. Buddy, you have said that you want to go queen h4.
So many positions with this idea,
yes.
right?
Yeah, and after g6, yeah, g4 and this queen h6, h4, h5, rook, queen h6, Also with rook g1, knight f5.
So many
Also
ways.
just rook g3, rook h3. Total Paketovic. Absolutely nothing moves. It's a horror. Matthias is a very good friend of mine. I was so happy to see him extremely well in the run, and he knows it. That's it.
It's over, right? I mean,
It's
g4
kind of
is
over.
really over, right?
Yes.
You probably have to go like king h8 maybe, and then if queen h6 you've got knight g8, but it's just,
It can't hold for too long, yes. And yeah, Matthias in disbelief that how did I ended up. One other problem that after king h8 one would love to move the knight away to threaten with f6, but it does not threaten because then we are in the pin, so the g6 pawn will be hanging with knight takes or bishop takes, doesn't matter, and finishing it off. So there is no way of getting rid of this monster knight on e5.
It's over. It's just gone. I love your g4, rook g1, rook g3, rook h3.
Also,
rook
yes,
very
yes.
nice. Yeah.
But okay, basically it's a method of choice how you want to finish, and that adds to the complete devastation of Matthias Bluebaum, who also had the chance, because he was also standing on 5.5, to try to win this game and fight in the very last round.
I'd love to see Parham in Vegas. He would be such a good addition to that tournament. He would add such a spice to that tournament.
He would love it, of course.
He would love it over there.
He
is.
We
Look
have
at
seen
him.
it
Look at this guy.
yesterday.
He got so unlucky in so many ways not to get a result against Magnus. He gave Magnus his hardest game, fought right to the end. It was really on edge. And now he can absolutely sense that he's very close here, that his position is that dominating. He is not going to let this slip. He's actually probably the worst player in the world to be black against in this position.
Yeah, he's so concentrated all the time.
Yeah, you're just going to get crushed by this guy. So I'm very confident that Maksudlu is going to find a clear... And look at the concentration. Do you think he's just taking this lightly? No. He is absolutely focused and locked in to making sure that he finds the correct way here. He knows he's got a great position. He doesn't want to mess it up. We will keep an eye on that. Now, let's keep on going.
Well, just we got information. Yeah,
Yes.
peak rating there, 27.42. That's
Wow.
it. That's how we have Parham in our minds. Yeah, that
Yes.
he's a 2,700 plus player who had a rough half year, losing a lot of rating points. But he already now with the Reykjavik Open, winning the Reykjavik Open, has already surpassed 2,700 on the live rating. He will get tremendous amount of confidence and energy from this event. I'm pretty sure about it. Clearly he wants to qualify, but even if he does not manage to qualify, I think he will be, and he should be very proud of himself that what a chess he's playing all the time. He fights like crazy. And we met Sindarov together with Parham when what I told you that I was talking to him, and then Sindarov was also that, Parham, you are the only one who can always somehow disbalance Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
The other colleagues have also noticed that Parham's playing style, and we have Sindarov on our camera, also a very energetic player, who is always trying to create as much pressure on his opponents as possible. He's fighting with whom? Let me check it. Sindarov
Svane.
against Frederick Svane, the other German player. And I also want to highlight and compliment the German players. Yeah, it's not only Vincent Keimer, it's Matthias Bluebaum, Frederick Svane, and also Rasmus Svane. They are all in the hunt. Unfortunately, and there we see Rasmus against Nyepo in action. Unfortunately, Dimitri, after that good start, he somehow collapsed. He fall back. He couldn't keep up the nerves probably, but he also showed what he's capable of. And that heartbreaking loss to Parham.
Horrible, yeah.
That actually knocked him off completely.
It certainly did.
What happened in, talking about the Svane brothers, Rasmus, we have him on the camera. That was a crazily wild game.
He's
and all
winning?
of a sudden, he's already winning against Nyepo.
Really?
Wait a second. White has just played the move rook g4, sacrificing the rook, giving up the rook in order to try to get counterplay with rook takes d7. Do we believe in this? How to evaluate? What happens here? What a game it was.
I like it. I think it's a very good practical choice by Nepo.
Yeah, let's just treasure in. So after d takes c5, h6, Nyepo says, my pawn structure is compromised. I have a horrible bishop on b1. If I just fall back with the rook to g1, black plays knight takes c5. The knight, one of the knights will be heading to the f4 square, just like we highlighted in Magnus game. We know how that ends. Also, Rasmus is one of the candidates for all these grinds. Incredible play. And Nyepo's rook g4 is a double exclamation mark, practically speaking. Forget about what computer, AI, whatever. It might not work against a computer. Against a computer, it would be a bad move. Against a human, this is the only move how you can actually create a mess and disbalance him.
Brilliant move. And let's just try and understand what it is. The point is that if knight takes g4, white does not want to recapture. That's not the idea. He wants to take on d7. And now you're threatening the knight. Knight takes h2 looks like a horrible move because white can play a move like knight e1 or knight d4, and suddenly the knight is completely locked out of play. So the most natural move here is to either put the knight on e5 or f6. Let's say knight e5, for example, because you're also threatening f3.
But then
now
I'm
you
picking
take
up on b7, and who is better than white? Exactly. So it is kind of crazy that the computer says that we have, wait a second, there's rook takes f3 tactic for black.
Where?
After rook d7. That's the reason why this is so bad. A stunner. Rasmus has to spot this, has to find. This is
a stunner.
Exactly. King takes f3, runs into knight e5 check. That's game over, finito. And after rook takes b7, rook takes f2, and activating the rook quickly on d8, it will lead to total disaster. Well, if white's king gets to c3, hides there, and somehow coordinates forces out of control. But one really gets the feeling that white might not be. For example, after king d3, maybe even give a rook f3 check, not allowing the king to go. Besides, also somewhere some rook f1 touching this bishop, forcing knight a3. Be also a horrible kind of scenario. I love this rook f3 check.
It feels as though white is just one half move away from getting.
And there you go. We're gonna see this because if you capture on g4 as Rasmus has just done, it means that he's about to play rook takes f3 after rook takes d7, and Nyepo knows it.
And you can't play anything else except rook takes d7, right? There's just, I think he sees it, right?
Of course.
Of course he sees it.
Otherwise he would consider knight take g4 too risky of a move.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow, this could be a huge result. By the way, hold on a second, Rasmus is on...
No, he is on 5.
Okay, he's out the running. Yeah, he's out the running.
But, I mean, what a tournament he's playing.
Yes.
Because he has this rating level that he's constant, and rook takes this, and we're going to see rook f3. Yeah. That will be the big moment. Rasmus can't hold himself back. He's about to take on f3. You can see the excitement. Imagine we would have the heart rate monitor. He would be 120 because he is so excited he can win against Nyepo.
Let's look at the facial reaction of Nepomniachtchi when rook takes f3 lands on the board. Bingo. And that is a... yeah, there you go. There the grimace was. Yeah, that's a nasty... Yeah, that's like... okay. Yeah. Well done.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible. That is bad news.
So actually, rook g4 was a brilliant idea, but tactically it was refuted with another counter rook sacrifice. Rook takes f3. It's all over. Hans Niemann in the background has finished his game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, let's see what was the result. Let me try to find...
He won.
Yeah, he won, but yeah, he's out of the race. Yeah, he's just, I think, 5 points now after the win.
Very possible. Let's go to the Pranesh game against Liang, because we've been told about something. Now, I want you to go to move 24. Move 24. Okay, yeah, because in this position, so in this position here, after the move e takes d5.
E takes d5.
And apparently here black has got, it loses, but it wasn't found by Liang. So myself and Peter and everybody at home, there is a win for black here. What is it and why? Let's see.
Wow, completely crazy. Well, it should be connected to what exactly?
I think I found it.
Really, yeah? So quickly. Amazing. And
Oh.
yes, well, actually,
Well,
yeah, tell me, what is
well,
it?
I mean, it's very unusual, but I think you can just take on g3 and play queen e2, and it's
But that's the point. That's why the players did not spot it, because this bishop on b8 is a monster. When I looked at this position, I was thinking like, when can I ever sacrifice on h2? But there is a knight on f3 protecting, and of course the computer will never miss a move like this. But in a practical game, when you really believe that actually black has just played the move d6, d5, opened up that bishop, he was thinking like, oof, okay, finally I'm enjoying myself. And then it just does not crosses your mind. Then after ed5, actually giving up the soul of the position with bishop take g3, due to the fact that the pin is there, so white is obliged to take back with the queen, and then queen e2 suddenly forks the rooks.
So
never
unusual.
have seen this.
No, never seen something like this. This motif I've never seen.
Would have won on the
That's
spot.
it. It
Yeah,
resigns because queen takes f1 is mate.
It's a full rook.
It's a full rook.
It's
It
a full
resigns,
rook.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So what happened instead? Knight takes d5, bishop d5, cd5. Black is just simply happy because he has a lovely position. Yeah, that's why he was also not looking for any special things, because he's just happy that strategically speaking, he has the upper hand. But very nicely. So we have seen here a tactical motive. We have seen incredible tactical motives in Jan Nepomniachtchi's game against Rasmus Swane. While the rook takes f3, now he also, after rook takes b7, continued the line that we talked about. Let me just very quickly get that update. So this is the position. Rook d7, rook takes f3, rook takes b7, rook takes f2 check, king d3 happened. Then somehow we both intuitively felt that it's very tempting to give a check, but then white's king runs away. So there is a temptation of just giving a check on f3, inviting that king back to e2, and then, for example, move the rook somewhere to h3, and then try to get the other rook to d8. But maybe rook d8 wins by force. Rasmus will try to calculate it all the way till the end. He doesn't want to let this one slip away.
No. He won't. All right, let's go back to board one, because it's been a while since we've checked in with Game of the Day.
Yeah, and rook f2 check was... rook f1. Yeah, rook f1 was played attacking the bishop. All right, yeah, Rasmus will win this for sure. Rauf Mamedov against Magnus Carlsen, the big move, the game-changing move, g4, had been played. How did Magnus react to it? Yeah, and he plays in a very classy way. I wanted to highlight that. I feel like that's the only classy move, but I had no time to calculate all the consequences. The move knight 7 f6. If we upload g4, we upload knight 7 f6 as well. It has the spirit and soul. I'm not weakening my position. I'm regrouping, reshuffling. After g takes f5, knight e7. The knight from d5 goes to e7. Now the knight from d7 via f6 will land on d5. Knight from e7 will try to grab the f5 pawn. And after the move knight f3, black would of course love to play the move h6 and then collect, but then white is already in time to protect that pawn with knight h4. So he needs to, and this is what we talked about, he needs to calculate lines very precisely, because after knight g5 check, he had to fall back with the king to g8, but this is only temporary. If he's able to kick that knight away with h6, and the king comes back to f7, and the knight will anyway land on d5, then look at those two gorgeous knights. We are not anymore talking about the famous Dvoretsky knights fighting for one square. Both of them have some fantastic outposts. Your feelings, what am I so...
Yeah, fantastic by Magnus, but the position is 1,000 times better for white than it was. I still prefer, because white has got some scope for his pieces.
Also, just for example, in general terms, just bishop f4, bishop g3.
Exactly.
Placing that bishop on g3, eyeing the d6 pawn forever, and having that bishop on g3, which then also protects beautifully the weaknesses, feels like intuitively that it could be very manageable for white, but maybe there is something more concrete.
Could be. I still think Magnus is you know, his position is for preference, but it's, you know, Rauf just will be a lot happier here than before. There's just no doubt about it. There's just no doubt about it. He's going to.
There is some air. Yeah, there is
Yeah.
some life in the position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, so we see that Carlsen's heart rate stabilized.
Yes.
Yeah, because I find a brilliant way. That's what Magnus's heart rate signals us, that he's very happy as knight 7 f6, knight e7, regrouping. It's very often psychologically difficult to think about lines where you see that the dream king from f7 has to fall back to g8.
Yes.
And I think this is also very instructive that, yes, sometimes, and that's why you always have to watch out for every single detail in the position. Knight e4 played by Ralph. I'm a little bit surprised that he's rushing with this knight move, because isn't the move knight d5 now possible? Or he wants then rook g1, rook g5 and try to sacrifice on f5 the knight. I think that I want to show this immediately, because the first thing that came to mind, okay, give black the time, h6, king f7, fantastic, but we play rook g1 and after king f7 we play rook g5, and then g6 if we can, we take on f5. And forget about the fork now on the rook on c8. I wanted to highlight that, for example, the rook would be on b8. I'm still positive about this sacrifice, because after king f6 we go rook e5. Once we eliminate that pawn on d6, we get access to the e5 square. So there are a lot of tactical possibilities that one has to keep an eye on.
No, this is very good. This is very, very good. Excellent. So I think there's a good chance at a trade here, but with every trade, the odds of Mamedov saving, yeah, he's going to trade. That's what I thought. He's going to trade. He doesn't want any of that. He's going to trade rook e4. He's going to play king f7. And, you know, he wants to, I think he wants a mass rook trade here.
Yes, and play knight against bishop.
Correct.
And the mobile king.
And the king sits
that
on
pawn
d5.
on c4 is also restricting white's king.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you can get the king to d5.
Put the pawn a5, b4, create the weakness on c3.
The knight is jumping around.
Horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, because actually white, yeah, let's just show with arrows that white's king, in order, if the rooks are eliminated, will have to go all the way 1, 2, 3 moves to f3 to try to cover the e4 square. If black's king is able to reach to e4, that's basically resigns. You have construction like king on e4, knight h4, knight f3 against king e2, bishop c1. That's over, game over on the spot. And the problem is that if you are trying to get your king closer, then you are blocking your bishop. Yeah, that will give black additional possibilities. So I'm pretty sure that white will probably try to cement that rook on e4 with f3, that you sit there as long as you can, because, yeah, rook he1, and if rook e8 you never trade, even that black gets a passive king, you just reinforce it with f3.
Yeah, and you never want to touch the d6 pawn. This is the point. Let's say rook h8, f3, let's just say. You never want to play the move d5 here, because when you play this move, you give away the e5 square, and also you deprive your own pieces of what is a wonderful square on d5. As Peter just illustrated, in the end games, the king or the knight can use the d5 square. So d5 is a really, I mean, this is a move, if you put f3 on the board.
Yes,
this is a
you
move.
Only play if it wins on the spot, right?
Play, but it would be a typical move that an improving player would think, because he would say, well, I will force the rooks maybe to trade. No, you do not touch that pawn under any circumstance. If Magnus Carlsen plays d5 here, I'm leaving for the rest of the day. There's just, right?
Well, there is no way he plays the move d5. He only plays the move d5 in this type of if he wins the game on the spot. Yeah, that he knows exactly that I know why I'm doing it. Yeah, just randomly to push the pawn to d5 and weaken the e5 square, because at the moment, still, white has the same issues, that his bishop is out of the game. Yes, one could argue that, yeah, now, again, bishop f4, bishop g3 regroupment could be possible. And I'm also kind of thinking that what is the e file really giving us? Because we have this knight on f5. Do we at all want to fight for that?
Yes.
Or Magnus will think like, wait a second, I can just ignore.
Correct.
I have this monster knight. The most important entry square is kind of under control.
Correct.
Rook e6 does me absolutely nothing, because yes, rook e6 can be followed up by bishop f4, but just a rook sitting on d7 and then you start advancing, for example, keeping both rooks is also very much a possibility.
I think I know what he's going to do. I've got to be very careful here, but I think what Magnus wants to, I totally agree. He's not going to play rook he8 because f3, because rook he8, f3 is actually annoying. We then probably have to move the rook from e8 anyway, because we can't really make progress. Magnus, I think, in an ideal world, wants to find a way to get that rook on the 6th. If I could play the move rook g somewhere here, rook g6.
Here, yeah, if you could jump, and then you are threatening to
exactly
to get access to the weaknesses.
Precisely. Now, the problem is, the first move you think about that is, well, how can I do it? h5 is a horrible move because firstly, rook h6 isn't even a threat, but then white would go h4 and plant a bishop on g5 and then forget it. It's actually all the advantage is gone because suddenly the bishop might even be better than the knight. So you have to keep the fluidity. The pawn belongs on h6. The question is, how do we get that rook around? Now, it's a bit ridiculous, but I actually think the move rook hf8 is a serious contender in this position.
Trying to slowly get out, yeah?
Slowly get out. You also target the f2 pawn in some positions, and...
but then where you want to put your king next?
I might have to put the king... I might play h6, put the king on g6, and then when I get checked, I put the king on h7.
Yes, and then get the rook to f7.
Then I put the rook on f7, I double, and then I try and think of a construction where maybe I crawl out.
But the pawn on d6 will be vulnerable, yeah?
Because it will be.
I will play bishop f4, bishop g6, bishop g3. I will simply summon that bishop on g3, and then say that I'm not that worried of this f5 business.
It's close, isn't it? It's almost like if the rook were already on f8, I would be very, very confident still about Magnus's position. I'm still confident, of course, but you can also tell by the eval bar, it's not winning for black, this position.
Yeah, not at all. And there is one small little question that I have to you. What about rook h8, f3, and then rook f8? And saying that, wait a second, that f3 helped you fight for e4 square, but for this bishop f4 kind of construction, it's not beneficial. Yeah, just to highlight that such things, then the pawn is kind of lured to f3, and then we sidestep, and then your kind of idea depends, because I was expecting maybe white can put a rook on e6 so that we can't play king g6. We anyway will have king g8 possibility, and then also black's knight will get access to the f3 pawn much more easier.
It's brilliant.
It's something also to keep in mind. I don't know if exactly it can work or not, but we have to think about it.
It's absolutely... It is Karpov to a T. The provocation of a weakness and then switching back somehow. Or maybe it's more like... Who else would be famous for a...
Well, Ulfi as well. Tony Miles, of course. Tony Miles, the British legend. Absolutely, I learned so much from him. And you know what was very funny? In '95, he was with me in Dortmund, and Karpov came to me and he told me, "Wow, you are working with Tony Miles?" I said, "Yes, he's a very good friend, and we are working." And he said, "Very good choice." So it's great because Tony Miles is famous for e4, a6, beating Karpov in 1980, I believe, with e4, a6. And he was doing all kinds of crazy things, e4, knight c6, but deep inside him was an incredible strategist.
Incredible player.
Just a brilliant one who always sensed all these nuances. And of course, Mickey Adams is also a very big candidate that you just pass it on and you go for a walk, you come back after 2-3 hours and you know that, yes, Mickey has done the progress that was needed, required.
I mean, this is such an instructive moment. I really love that. Rook h8, provoke f3, then switch back to the f file, creating that weakness on f3. I think that's what we're going to get. Great. Now, Peter, I think this is, again, an optimal moment for us just to take a quick breather while these players have got, they've still got enough time to think. What we're going to do is we're going to take that break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes where we're going to see out the rest of this round. And the big questions are as follows. Is Magnus going to find a way to create some chinks in the armor of Rauf Mamedov? Is Vincent Keimer going to blast through the position? Is he going to be the German hope? It looks as though he's got great chances. Are the Svane brothers going to complete a double today? Rasmus, is he going to beat Jan? Looks great. Looks as though Svane against Sindarov has also got a great position. Loads of things. And Par Masulu not giving up after the disappointment yesterday. Looks like he's got a crushing position against Bluebaum. We're going to have all the action when we return. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes to see the remainder of this penultimate round of the Grenke Chess Festival 2025. Stay tuned. See you in a minute.
I'm here with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime, congratulations. You just won your round 6 game in just about 2 hours, a very quick win. With such a grueling schedule, I imagine it's nice to get a quick one.
Yeah, it's a relief. I had very tough games past 2 days, so yeah, it feels good to have a quick one and yeah, hopefully try to capitalize on that this afternoon.
You're now on 4.5 out of 6. How do you reflect on the first 2/3 of your tournament?
It was tough. Of course, I lost one game very unnecessarily. But yesterday in the afternoon, I thought I was pressing, but my young opponent was defending very, very accurately. So, you know, everything's tough in this tournament. We've seen lots of upsets. But now it's money time.
Now it's money time. 3 rounds to go for you. Before this tournament, you played at the freestyle event in Paris, of course, which was a closed elite tournament. Here it's open to everyone. How did the two compare for you?
I mean, here is tougher in a way because we play 2 games per day. So, of course, schedule is tougher and it takes a toll on your energy. But, you know, I think it's nice to have both round robins, invite only, but also open tournaments so that everyone can enjoy playing freestyle. Overall, it's a great experience.
Do you have the feeling that, you know, everyone who's new to freestyle here, and you have some friends here, do you feel they are enjoying it, the experience?
I believe so. Also, it's a huge festival, of course, 3,000 plus players. You know, not everyone's playing the freestyle, but I think everyone is looking at the games and trying hard to understand what's going on, and it's a lot of fun. It's very tough, but it's a lot of fun to try to understand.
You just mentioned the huge participant number. There's also a huge amount of fans. Do you appreciate the support? I mean, I know for you guys sometimes it's tough because you spend a lot of time taking selfies, signing autographs. How do you feel?
It's not a big issue. Of course, sometimes I have to decline, which is not usual, but it's just too many. And sometimes I ask while the game is ongoing, and you know. So it's tough, but at the same time it's normal, and it's normal to give back a bit to the community as well.
Of course. In Paris, before the game started, you had 10 minutes to not just think about the position, but discuss it with other players. Here, once the position is published, the game starts pretty much immediately. How was it for you to adapt to that, to not having any time to look at the starting position?
Well, in a way it's tougher, but at the same time I think it's the way it should be. Simply because if you get to talk about the position, then everyone ends up coming up with the same ideas, and it's not in the spirit of 960 freestyle.
And here, just a final quick question. Once the position comes out, what is usually your thought process? Like, how long do you tend to spend? Does it depend on the position? What goes on in those first moments?
I still try to play fast, but of course it depends on my opponents. But like, respect normal principles, think about how to work symmetry when I'm white, and also, you know, look of course at weaknesses, you know, undefended pawn, potential smothered checkmates, and so on.
Well, Maxime, thank you very much for those insights. Congrats on the quick win, and good luck for the money time.
Thank you.
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is the penultimate round of this fantastic Grenke Chess Festival Freestyle Open. And, well, I'm not going to leave the building just yet. It's not quite what it seems. I said before the break there's no way that Magnus is going to play the move d5. I meant in this exact position. However, we have it a few more moves. And Peter,
Something unbelievable happened.
show us what happened.
Some brilliancy by Magnus Carlsen. And the reason why it is so brilliant and we are so impressed exactly because it is so counterintuitive to find to push d5, it does not crosses your mind, and then Magnus finds a way that, yes, I understand all the arguments why I should never be pushing d5, but there is one position when I can. And this is what happened. Look, h8. Yeah, we talked about it, f3 automatically. h6, setting up. It looks like it's an empty move. Yes, okay, h6, we talked about it, that somewhere maybe hiding the king and so on, but no, it has a direct purpose. Bishop f1, just when it looks like you push d5 and you give the e5 square for the white bishop, then Magnus goes to play d5. In the break, I just turned on engine for 5 seconds. It was all first line engine moves. d5, rook e5 takes. Well, if the bishop takes, nothing happens. Black continues with your idea, actually. Rook c6, rook g6. That's the justification after rook takes e5. The knight falls back to e7, and that's why we see why h6 was so vital. Before h6, this was impossible due to bishop g5. Now that this square is covered by the pawn, black goes knight e7 and will set up both rook c6, rook f6, and rook g6 ideas. Magnus is combining our kind of... You wanted the rook g6 idea. I was saying rook e8, rook f8, so that the pawn on f3 is targeted. He is just playing incredibly well. And look at the pain on Ralph's face. He needs to save the game to keep his hopes alive. And he thinks like, but what can I do? And Magnus drives, I think his opponent's crazy. Incredible.
So what you're saying, Peter, is that here there's basically no way for white to prevent a rook either coming to f6 or g6 with, I mean, is there no construction where, you know, for example, I'm trying to think of the way. So let's say I play a move like king d2.
Okay, so you try to run.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. Yeah,
Firstly,
knight g6 you can take rook d5. Yeah, knight g6 you have rook d5. Very important tactic.
Well, no, hold on.
Knight takes king e6, rook d6.
King e7. Oh, no, my
knight
knight's hanging.
is hanging, yes.
Sorry.
And after knight f4, there's rook f5 check.
Yes.
Forking the knight. So this is a problem. But, okay, Magnus is anyway following in the footsteps. Rook c6. Well,
so I go
first of all, yeah, where do you go? Where
king
do you
e2.
move? King e2.
Oh, it's check.
Well,
knight g6 is with check.
Knight check, so go on e3 because we anyway just, so king e2 runs already into knight g6, winning the game on the spot. No more tricks because there is a counter trick. So after rook c6, king e3, for illustrational purposes. Well, one thing I want to mention that we also talked about that if we trade rooks, what are the consequences? And it looks like a horror. By the way, I also have the idea of maybe going rook a6 first, provoking a3, and then going rook e6, and who knows, there will be this entry square on b3. Even somewhere if we fix the structure, and white's king will be forced back to passivity, for example, knight on f5, the king goes back. There is even this idea, and the reason why I'm showing this, because this is so instructive, that by inviting the pawn forward to a3, we get access to this route by the king. And yes, maybe white king could run to c1, but then already breaking the construction with a4, b5 makes so much more, it gains in strength. So many finesses, but all these finesses are on black side, and Magnus is seeing them, and he will figure out. It's a horror scenario. Poor Ralph.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it looks just... And even when you think you're coming back into the game and you're getting chances, he finds another way to pose problems. That's what playing this guy is like. It's just constantly having to survive and find a way and find a route, and then he springs another idea on you. It's really unpleasant, and I don't see a way for white to proceed because, and I absolutely agree with you, I love the provocation of the move pawn a2 to a3. The long-term benefits of that, of having this b3 square access if the rooks come off. So what are you supposed to do here? Because, rook c6, rook f6 is a direct threat. If black has 2 moves in a row, the game... So he comes rook e2. This is the other move I was thinking, covering the second.
He comes back,
Yes.
So he's trying to rely on passive defense and probably get the bishop to e5, rook to f2, protecting like this. Or actually, you don't need to play the move rook f2. But the problem for white is that Magnus's moves will come automatically. Rook c6 already played. So it's not only that the position is very unpleasant, but you will be constantly pressured on the clock as well. Yeah. Okay, Magnus is enjoying himself. We are getting a note that Vincent is apparently doing extremely well. We see Andrei on our camera, and he's the player who has 6 out of 7. Another player who is trying to fight for the big ticket to Vegas. Well, if Vincent wins, that would be an amazing step forward, moving up to 6.5.
Well, hold on. What if this looks completely finished? There are no moves. I mean, you're threatening queen takes d5, and if you play knight takes f4, there's knight takes e7 check intermezzo, and then you have a whole host of different ways. You can win the queen or just take back on f4.
Oof, yes.
And if you play a move like, you can't play e6 because d6 drops, b8 is hanging in a lot of variation. This is just, a5 is hanging. This is just over. There's no moves.
It is kind of
It's
over,
just
yes.
over.
And down to 30 minutes, he's trying very hard. We see that he's focused, but there is no defense.
But if bishop takes d3, you play queen takes d5. And then if bishop takes b1, you take on e7 with check. And then you have a whole choice of different moves. You can either win the queen or...
But you can also just take back... no,
no,
the bishop
F4
is hanging. Yes,
yeah.
yes, sorry, yes. So queen takes d5.
And if bishop takes b1, I guess you give a check.
You just...
King h8. And now you've got a few options. I guess the simplest looks like taking on d6. That just looks winning to me, because now you threaten knight g6 check at the end, and and you can't even keep the construction because you can't.
There is also the check. Yeah, black cannot just try to pin.
Right. Yeah, and the point
is
the bishop is hanging after bishop d6, queen d6. White is not only threatening knight g6 check, but the bishop is hanging. And if queen b8, that's the only move, I guess, to stay on the board. Queen b8, queen b8, queen b8, queen b8. Oh, you should stay on the board for one move, maybe.
Yeah, and then maybe just play queen c5. Also very kind of tempting. Yeah, you are attacking every single pawn in the position.
Yes.
Yeah, no, this is total horror. Yeah, so after queen c5, well, probably Andrei will have to play something like this, but clearly, you know that this is losing.
It's just over.
Can he try to play bishop d6, queen d5, and e6 there? Is this a move? This at least maybe gives some hope.
But now queen b3?
No, then...
oh, sorry, my knight's hanging. Sorry.
Something is hanging. But wait a second, you can just take bishop takes d3. You can just take simple chess. Bishop d3, e d5, rook takes e8. Rook takes, if knight, it doesn't matter, takes, and then just take on b8. And you are completely winning with the two pieces.
The two bishops.
Versus a rook, exactly. With the two bishops, there is nothing to think about. So even there is this problem. Yeah, Andrei in a lot of trouble, and it's just moved 22. It looked like a very quiet affair, yeah, symmetrical position, everything. We did mention that, yeah, you never know how safe is the symmetrical position.
Yep, just over. So we're going to assume that, barring a complete breakdown and collapse, that Vincent, who's got more time in the winning position, is going to win. And so what does that mean? Let's get the overview of the board, shall we? And see what's going on.
Yeah, the bird's eye view, yes, exactly.
Wow, Nepo has saved that position.
What?
No way.
Unbelievable.
No
because there's bishop d5 check. You can't take on a2. The rook is trapped.
Oh my God.
So black will have to take on a6.
Let's get the camera there. Let's see if we can see Rasmus's face. He'll be sick as a dog. He will be sick to his stomach.
This is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Oh my goodness.
I would say that only Nyapo is capable of doing something like this.
He's sick. He can't believe he's let this chance slide. He's disgusted. He cannot believe it. Look at that. Head in hands. Let's get, I mean, and the stress, the stress he's feeling now is probably the worst feeling in chess. When you've got a clearly winning position, you've played well, and you blow it. And it's move 40, just for the irony of it all. He was winning one move ago. He just had to be a little bit careful.
He actually pushed e5 and trapped his own rook.
Oh no!
Because that's how this king b4 appeared, and he cannot take on a2 because of bishop d5.
And he's got 1 minute. He could lose. He's gonna. What's he gonna do? Oh
yeah,
no!
He has to take on a6. He has to give up the rook.
Oh my God! Oh, he's look how disgusted he can't believe it. He's sick to his stomach. He might
just lose this.
He could just lose. The a pawn runs. He's not there now, so he can't. Now this is the other problem. It's not just having blundered. It's not just having thrown it. It's now having to have the mental fortitude to refocus and try and basically save this position.
After the move king c4 instead of e5, that was just a very simple rook a4 check. Resigns. And then push f3, and that's it. It's over, yeah. So it's just he was already so confident that the game is over. It's finished, yeah. All the hard work
tricked.
Has been done.
He got tricked.
Yeah, now he has to give the rook and fight for survival.
Oh my goodness! And losing this is so easy now, because how do you possibly regain your composure to give up that rook? And he will have seen rook a4 check. He's thinking about rook a4 check. Why didn't I play rook a4 check? Yes. Why didn't I just play rook a4 check? I mean, honestly, this is the word you are seeing here live on camera, the worst feeling you can possibly experience in chess.
Yes.
The worst. And he's doing his best now to try and just calm the emotions which are sky high.
Yeah, Nyapo takes with a knight. This is the problem. Also, how do you stop the a pawn? You have to push now f3, f2, so that the bishop will be lured back to g2. And then you will maybe be able to fight against the a pawn.
Almost impossible.
But yeah, we know that the side pawns are the most unpleasant pawns against knights, right? Because for the knights to control the a and h pawns are very tough.
Disgusting. I feel so gross for him. As somebody who's been there so many times. One of the reasons I'm playing less, Peter, is precisely to avoid this moment here. It is just...
It feels almost like your heart stops.
Yeah, it's just... It's like no other feeling. It's worse than... It's almost, in some instances, worse than getting your heart broken by a partner. It's just the immediate shock. And then it's the self-lamenting and punishment. How could you be such an idiot?
Exactly.
You're talking. How could you be such a
everything crosses you. You want to hide under the earth, yeah, because you just feel like everybody has just watched what you have done.
Yeah, and now you have to calculate with 1 minute left on your clock, an impossible position to calculate that only a computer can calculate properly. You look at f2, bishop g2. Oh, that looks losing.
Yeah, because there is this knight c2 check. Yeah, then good luck figure. Yeah, you have to go. There is no other choice. But then good luck trying to figure out this knight c2, king moves, knight e3. The bishop moves away from g2.
Yeah, f1.
Then f1 takes a4. And then is this knight able to come back or not? You just can never be sure of.
Basically 50-50. And not even, right? It looks as though it doesn't. Like, for example, after bishop g2, knight c2 check, king b5.
Yes, after we can knight put that you can play maybe also first bishop h3, but then there is g5. Well, if we have the analysis board, then yes, we can.
Yeah, so,
Yes, so
bishop g2.
we are talking about bishop g2.
You can put it on the board.
Yeah, let's put it.
Knight c2 check.
Knight c2
I think
check.
king b5 is correct.
Yeah, but this one, actually, because there will be knight d5 at the end of the line, so let's just... First of all, I have some g5 moves.
Then I have knight e4, right?
Yes, you have. Nyepo made a move. It is bishop a6, exactly. I wanted to say that, wait a second. If we know that knight c2, knight e3 hits the bishop with a tempo, then maybe we can do it on the other way around, because now knight e4 is a threat of picking up the pawn on f2. And the same lines.
So if he does the same now, let's say knight c2 check.
Loses a huge tempo.
Okay.
Where do I
But
put
does
the
he?
king? Maybe
Let's
do
say
I put
here.
on b3 or on c3? I don't know exactly. Okay, so c3 is better. Okay, let's put it on c3. But then I'm stepping into knight d5 check. That was the reason. Yeah, we are seeing this. This will appear on the board. Something like this is a very big... and king d3.
This is beautiful.
King d3, stopping, because the reason I was not sure where to put that king, that if white rushes now with the pawn move a5, then knight e3 and the knight falls back to d5 and to c7.
And holds.
But king d3, this is the move that already Nyepo foreseen, and then the pawn is just...
Do you know this construction here, for anybody just watching? It's got a name, the king on d3, the knight on f1 with the square in the middle.
Really?
Yeah, it's got a name.
What is the name?
It's called the Shadow Knight Check.
Wow.
And that was created by, Matthias, the Hamburg Grandmaster. I forgot his name off the top of my head.
No, Markus Müller.
Müller.
Carsten Müller.
Carsten Müller, sorry.
Yes,
Carsten
yes,
Müller.
sorry.
Carsten Müller. The Shadow Knight Check. One of the most important concepts. The knight and the king in a diagonal line with one square in between. It takes the knight at least 3 moves to check that king. So it's the worst position for the knight. But
look at Nyepo blown it. He rushed again with 39 minutes on the clock. He did not spot the king d3 idea, and he moved the king to b3.
My
so
goodness.
Actually now black will be able to move the rush back with the knight.
Oh
Last
my
moves
goodness.
might save it. But why is Nyepo always rushing? It just he can't control the emotions, or I don't know what is happening.
He has 40 minutes. He should have spent 10 minutes on that position there. Make sure. Okay, queen played by Rasmus.
Yes, knight e3, a4, f1 queen. Well, at least it would be nice for Rasmus to save the game. Yeah, then even then it will be very tough. But if he loses, then you just how do you survive?
Well, maybe
we know how it feels.
Maybe you just how would you? Okay, let's assume you were in that situation, Peter. In fact, imagine he played king c3, king d3. You know you're going to lose. What do you do? How you've got another game in a couple of hours' time. What do you do? How do you?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because basically you know what you should be doing. Try to forget it. But how do you forget it? That's the big question. I think it's impossible to forget it. Also, you are out of race for everything.
Everything.
You cannot get the prize because, yes, we are always talking about Las Vegas. We are talking about the first prize, 60,000, 40,000, and so on. But I'm pretty sure that there are good prizes to enter the top 10, for example. And for every single normal 2,600 plus grandmasters winning, I don't know, a couple of thousand euro by playing, and there is the resignation by Andrei Yesipenko. Vincent is taking the revenge for Grand Swiss. In 2023, Andrei Yesipenko has beaten him in a very important game. They are discussing the position.
Andrei speaks good English, right?
Yes, yes, absolutely. He's also, look at this, what a nice kind of picture, we know that this hurts him tremendously. It might cost him the ticket to Vegas, the fighting for that chance, and he's still there talking very correctly, just fair play at its best, sportsmanship.
What a win for Vincent, though. Let's be honest. This is an awesome win. Now, he is still in with a shot. He is in with a shot. If he wins the last round, it's anybody's game. But great win there by Vincent. And just to quickly, again, talk about, Nepomniachtchi. Yeah, it looks as though Rasmus is going to make a draw.
Yes, and then at least you can live with, yeah, but all right, probably we should get the bird's eye view to get a overview of all the action, because we have seen Dominguez was putting pressure. Yeah, Dominguez is putting pressure. However, there was a queen sacrifice by Navarra, and he might be able to save this. It's not hopeless. Practically speaking, there is a chance. Another big game we haven't really talked about, Tabatabai against Vachier-Lagrave, but the position is not that exciting. It's a rock-solid kind of construction. Draw is a very likely result. However, we talked about it that playing good chess, making a draw, might not satisfy you at this moment, because you know exactly that in order to fight for something very big, you have to win. So there will be a draw. Frederick, you wanted, Magsudlu.
Magsudlu, I mean,
he's crushing.
We're not surprised. That position looks, well, I mean, I'm assuming it's winning because you're going to take on f5, give a check. It's not, I don't see the immediate win there in the Magsudlu blue
So
bump.
you are expecting rook d7 or queen d7?
Rook d7.
Rook d7, yeah. Yeah, but it looks horrible. And there is the Sindel of Frederic's won again, because we already talked about Rasmus. Then we should also mention that, yeah, apparently it's a very complex position, but it looks promising for black. For Frederic, if he wins, he will also be on 6.5. It's crazy, but this is very far away from victory. Sindel is fighting to get counter chances. The knight is always setting to jump in to d6. Even maybe sometimes at the cost of sacrificing the pawn and getting, well, actually f4 pawn is hanging, so it's not even a sacrifice. If white would to move, knight d6 is a very viable option. So what else do we have? Yeah, Magsudlu in a fantastic situation. Joba Fan Forest game seems to be a draw. It's like a blockade. Don't you get the feeling that whenever we look at Jobava's position, the pawn structure is kind of so strategical. So one has the feeling like he's a very aggressive, very creative player, but he's a structure type of player. Yeah, he makes sure that everything is healthy. It does look like, and Arjun Agassi is probably cruising against David Anton.
Just knight e5.
Yeah, it's exchange done, no pawns. Lovely pieces on c4 and on e4, but yeah, as you said, yeah, knight e5 kicks the bishop away, and then black's position will fall apart. The Nyepo Svana game, the heartbreak, the biggest craziness. There were so many ups and downs in that game. We have seen the evil bar. We have also seen live some action. It was completely crazy, but probably it ends in a draw after all.
And of course, we've got the main event, Mamedov, Carlsen, and we've had a lot of moves. So we should probably go back there and have a look at what happened. Wow, we've had loads of moves. Okay, so
lots of moves, but nothing really changed. Only that black step by step improved the position, and this is the problem when you are having a strategically worse position and you cannot do anything. Then you are sitting there, you are waiting, you are probably putting up great resistance, but it might not help. It is very much in the hands of your opponent to finally being able to grind out a win, to break through, or maybe you are lucky and you escape with it. Well, what's the clock situation? 6 minutes for Rauf versus 21 for Magnus. The king already reached h5.
By the way, let's say, well, I'm not saying Magnus is going to win, but let's say he does win, which is still a possibility.
Yes.
Given the results of what's happened,
then it's finito.
It's
then
finito.
Magnus runs away with 8 out of 8, and there's only 6.5.
Okay, and what if Magnus draws? Would he then face Fabiano still in the last round if Fabiano is the highest rated player?
No, because Fabi has only 6 points.
He's only 6.
He only
so
has
we're
6.
not going to get Caruana Carlsen.
Carlsen is completely ruled out. by this moment because Vincent already has 6.5. So
We
know
might.
that-
It's going to be Keimer Carlsen.
well, yeah, let's see. So it is Magnus Carlsen moving to 8 out of 8 if he wins. It's still far away because
Yes.
he's grinding, but nothing is given. And then we know that Mamedov and Andrei Yesipenko would be the two players who lost their games. And then everyone from the 5.5 pack, whoever wins, that could be Max Todlu, of course. He's not on our screen, but yeah, Max Todlu is there.
No, but he can't play Magnus.
Yeah, he can't play Magnus, yeah,
Right.
but he would be 6.5. Vincent Keimer, 6.5. Dominguez is trying to squeeze out against David
Yes.
Navarre, and there we have it. Jordan Pham, and
Could be MVL.
well, but MVR has a drawish position against
Yes.
Tabatabai. You remember, I somehow sense that Arjun Erigaisi, who is playing against David Anton, is not in the pack of 5.5. He is with 5 points, so his win actually doesn't matter in this regard. Only that he spoils David Anton's chances. And no one else. Jordan against Jobava is very drawish. We might actually have Vincent, maybe Lanier, and maybe this crazy game between Sindarov and Frederick, because both, that's a messy kind of situation. Clearly Frederick will try to win. That will give Sindarov a chance. Wow. And Parham Maksudlu, of course, has all the chances to get to 6.5 as well.
Wow. Insane. Just insane. And we can see there, after G5, this is a position after move 40. This would be the typical moment in the old classical tournaments. Move 40 reached, and I tell you something, you would see neither player at the board here. That's for sure. Move 40, both players get up, go to the refreshment area, go to the toilet, you get an extra half an hour on the clock. Not anymore. We've got the more modern time control, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. Ralph, with only 4 minutes 45, does not have time to make a cup of tea. He's got to survive this game. Peter, what do you rate Mamedov's chances at saving this game in a percentage format?
20%?
20%.
I think 20%, yeah.
That's actually about what I thought.
I think this 80-20 is very much in play here, because Black is also making great progress. Yeah, Bishop G3. What else? You can just go back and forth with the Bishop. But somehow I can't believe that there won't be a breakthrough. The point is that Black's rook on B1 is so brilliantly placed. The rook in E2 is tied down to the defense. And sometimes in passive position we can, knight G6, beautifully reshuffling the knight. That sometimes you can have the argument that you sacrifice the pawn to get active. Well, in this position, whenever the pawn on B2 falls, it's game over, because also White's king gets under a lot of pressure. The pawn on C3 will be vulnerable. So White can only sit and wait. Now, what does the move knight G6 signals to us? For example, that White should probably wait with king G2, right?
Yes, because if the bishop moves, let's say bishop D6, I think Magnus wants to play king H4. I think.
Yeah, well, then White can still move back with the king to G2.
That's true. Oh, no, he doesn't want to go king H4. Hold on. So what does he want to do? Let's say White plays bishop D6. Classic move trying to...
Well, sometimes actually the best... king G2 played is the normal move. Sometimes the best strategy is not to threaten with anything. Just create the impression of threatening something. Yeah, then your opponent is forced to burn time. He has to look that, wait a second, my opponent can come from here, my opponent can come from there. Playing with the mind of your opponent is one of the key ways to succeed in such positions, because you have all the time in the world, you can be patient, but as a defender, it is so difficult to just rely on passive defense forever, if you are not sure that it might hold.
Okay, here's a question for you. Is there any merit in Black playing G5 to G4 at the right moment in order to free up the E4 square for this knight?
Yeah, but once you play G4, then suddenly I get access for the F3 square for my king, and that's why I don't think that you should rush it.
Definitely not rush it.
Yeah, Magnus also says, wait a second, okay, my rook has done its job, now let me move it to B1.
No, but this is brilliant. Because the idea is that if the bishop now moves to D6, you play knight H4 check, king F2 and rook D3.
Yes, you also come from this angle. knight h4 check, king f2, rook d3. Also highlighting that rook e3, for example, bishop d6 is a very unfortunate square because there will be a potential fork hitting the bishop. Of course, you can put it on c7 anywhere else. So this not will be the winning method, but this knight h4, rook d3. So white plays the move king h3. He's trying to hide his king,
but
the computer hates it. Magnus looks at it. Wait a second. Wasn't this that I was hoping for? Wasn't I just waiting for this?
No, rook g1 is screaming out. I mean, it looks like you're walking into a mating net here.
But okay, rook g1, then I activate my rook.
Correct. So I don't know if
I'm not worried of that.
What about rook d3?
Yeah, rook d3, then he comes back king g2.
Okay. Yeah, and then we need...
Yeah, Magnus is about to make a move. He has a clear plan. Yeah, he goes rook d3.
I know what he's going to do. He's going to play king g2. And then I think he wants to play a5.
Yeah, because there is this a5, b4 kind of break as well. And he's combining everything. Besides, slowly, Zugzwang issues might also appear.
Exactly. And now you can't move the bishop because of knight h4 check. And you can't move the rook because of rook d2 check. And you need a move, so I'm pretty sure a5 is the move.
Yes, and for example, after this also, black probably has the time to just play the move rook b3.
Or take on d4.
Yeah, but I wanted to highlight that the pawn is not running away. I don't want to give any activity that white can maybe hope b6, bishop c7, and then, okay, we have a headache. No, a5 played, very systematic. Magnus wants to break with b4, get the rook behind. The bishop is overloaded then because that bishop needs to watch out, so cannot defend the pawn on b4 with bishop d6 due to knight h4 check. And then the rook might just pick it up, go back to b3, go back to d3, and the rook will always keep an eye on the b2 pawn. That's extremely annoying. I don't think that white can save this. Practically speaking, with 4 minutes on the clock for the rest of the game, with millions of questions, white plays king f2. White had to play king f2. He can only hope for some force sequence of moves. Yeah, he gets up, he wants to calm his nerves down. This is a typical method. Yeah, no matter you have 4 minutes, but if you feel like you can't bear the tension of sitting there at the board and waiting for your opponent to execute the breakthrough, get up, get some emotions, look at some other game just to see that someone else is also in trouble, shares yours. Yes, you always have to look for something that you can get some hope. Yes, something that can cheer you up in order to put the biggest... Actually, isn't Rauf counting on rook e3? Wait a second.
What's happened?
Well, breaking news.
Okay.
The rook can't escape. Because after Magnus can't go back with the rook to d1 because of rook e1. So actually now white might be able to force the trade of rooks.
Really?
And that is a whole different kind of question then.
But wait, can you... So if I go b4 here...
Yes, I take AB, for example. I'm not even sure if I touch, but okay, imagine I take AB.
Okay.
AB and then rook e3.
Okay, so my question here is, if I take and play b3,
yes, you are fixing the weakness, but compare knowing that after b4 takes rook b3, I'm imagining that it will be lost. I might be tempted that, wait a second, there is a chance, because if ever you are trying to get against my b2 pawn, I will have bishop d6, bishop e3 kind of defense.
But then there's going to be some Zugzwang opportunities, I feel.
Maybe, but okay, let's see if Magnus had foreseen this or he is kind of upset that, wait a second, I got careless, I thought that I'm already finishing the game off. Because we kind of got the impression, we got fooled. It looked like rook d3, a5, b4 just wins the game.
I still feel as though it doesn't save the position, and also I can get a slightly improved. Yeah, I don't think that. So I think that ending is losing for white.
Wow. Yes. Really,
yeah, because I'm gonna also at the right moment. So let's put that on the. Let's put b3 back on the board. You can just click.
Well, there is the question, however, that I can also play the move rook e3 here. Does this change anything or not?
Well, then I think what I would do is go rook d2 check, trade on e2, trade on a3.
Well, you can also trade it on e1 basically, yeah?
Or on e1.
So that my king is even further away. You trade on a3, I take.
Okay, some breaking news. Because we're not using the engine, but we've been told that instead of the move a5, which is the most human move in the world, on move 44, if we go back to move 44, the move knight h4 check apparently wins here.
Yes, it was a very big question. I actually had this question, but how do you answer it when you think like, I will win with a5, b4, why would you actually start thinking about this rook endgame?
Yeah, it's not even really...
The point is that then white never has this option of trying to go for the rook trade because black's king is coming to h3, and probably just then a5, b4 and the systematic approach happens. Okay, but we have live action, so after king b2, b4, a4 was played, so the first intuition, a b, rook e3 will happen, and we might be seeing this beastly construction. Because it's, I think, probably important to play b3, or is it important to keep the option of eventually trying to invade with the king?
It's actually a tough question, but the reason why I'm bullish on b3 is because I feel as though if I can put a knight on d3, if I force you to play bishop a3, eventually I'm going to break with the g4.
But you can never get the knight to d3.
No?
The only square is from f4, and my bishop is controlling that diagonal. I will make everything in my power not to let that happen.
Oh, maybe.
Because if you get it, then the knight on d3 cuts my position in half. Then
well, I tell you what, this is going to be one of the most instructive moments. Because what we're doing is we're just playing on basically intuition, right? We don't know, we haven't calculated if b3 or b takes c3 is the right move. And it will be really instructive to see which one Magnus goes for if rook e3 is played. I don't see another move, because you can try rook c2, but...
No, that's not. Yeah, this rook c2 is horrible.
It's horrible, isn't it?
Because the idea was to try to trade the rooks somehow, yeah? Because you can't tolerate that rook on this for too long. And I also don't see the benefit. For example, after rook c2, of course, again, black has to make up his mind. Yeah, does he go b3? Does he take on c3? But it just looks so passive. Then already all these rook endgames are maybe even worse than before, maybe not. Because maybe it's, yeah, well, no, it's anyway very bad. Okay, let's wait and see how Ralph will deal with the position. Very difficult question for him, yeah. Should he trade the rooks? If it turns out that he trade the rooks and there is a construction, how black can fix everything and methodically win, then, and how do you get the answer to that over the board?
I've got a feeling if he does go rook e3, I don't know why, but my feeling is that he's going to play b3.
Yeah, my feeling is
that's
also
my
that,
feeling.
yes.
I don't know why. I can't explain. That's just the feeling I get. Okay, we're going to see it any minute. There really aren't any other moves because I'm threatening to win. And c takes b4, as you said, apart from taking on d4, which might be okay, and then coming back via b3, you might just go rook b3, and then you will have to deal with the d4. You have two weaknesses that are targetable. The rook sits on b3, very nasty. Very nasty. No, you can't do this. You have to play rook e3. You have to play rook e3 and pray here as white. Rook e3.
Yeah, and then the reason why I also absolutely agree with you that b3 is preferred, because you want to have a weakness as far as possible. You want to have it on b2, and the idea that the argument behind b takes cc is of eventually bringing that king all the way from h5 to a4 seems to be way too far. White can break with f4 if that king moves too far, and we'll get counterplay on the other side of the board. So fixing that with b3 makes a lot of sense. But
1 minute 30 for Ralph.
Exactly. What a difficult decision.
Oh, just brutal. Just brutal for Ralph here. Yeah, and the pain, you can see it in his face, the grimace. Ralph Mamedov. He's back. Man United is back. Wow, he would love to have Roy Keane in the centre of the board. A bit of David Beckham on the wings. Giggsy flying up the left.
Yes.
Andy Cole. Dwight York.
And Paul Scholes.
Paul Scholes.
Gary Neville.
And Gary Neville at the back.
Exactly.
Jaap
What a
Stam.
team. What a team it was.
He would love all of it. But now he's looking at the current Man United 11 in this position at the moment. Fragile.
Not Sir Alex's Manchester United at the moment. Yeah. I just recently watched the David Beckham documentary.
Oh, right.
It was fantastic, and it was bringing me back all the memories from what I have been following, because I was a very big football fan. And
he does take
C takes B4 played by Ralph. I think Magnus will be very happy, because after C takes B3, this is exactly the rook B3 on the board immediately, instantly. This is what Magnus envisioned before this king F2, rook E3 kind of scare. It was very difficult for Mamedov to decide if it's losing or not. For Magnus, because he has nothing to lose, there is much less pressure on him. It would have been a much more easier decision. Okay, we trade looks, I put the pawn on B3 and I'm gonna grind you till the bitter end.
And now if bishop d6, you've got knight h4 to deal with. That's the problem, I think. What other moves are there after bishop d6?
Yeah, but bishop d6, then knight h4.
Right, exactly, just knight h4. And actually knight f5 is, it's just, apart from the f3 pawn hanging.
Wow, and we are, bishop d6 on the board. Mamedov is trying to hang on to his b4 pawn, but this b4 pawn does absolutely nothing. Magnus blitzes out his response, knight h4. There is a very big target on f3, and white is unable to play rook e3 due to rook takes b2 check. Everything for no, actually you can't play it because even there is a fork.
Oh my god.
But okay, anyway, everything is falling apart. Down to 18 seconds. Bishop c5 played, trying to protect at least two weaknesses, but Magnus knows that there is no way I'm not going to win this. The knight is so powerful, and the rook is a monster rook behind the b pawn that never moves, and still targeting on b2 and connects everything, all the forces. Knight takes f3.
Well, you can take on f, but I was thinking you can also play rook takes f3, force the king to e1 or g1,
and
then go back, because
yes.
rook e5 runs into knight f3 check.
Yeah, you can basically do whatever you want here. Or is knight takes f3, rook e3 the trap?
Yes.
That is the trap.
That's the trap.
That's the trap that actually Ralph has set up. So yes, rook takes f3 check, making sure that there is no trick, and then going back with the rook to b3 as long as you keep the control. What happened?
Looks like a draw, doesn't it? Looks like a draw. A comedy of errors in Nepomniachtchi against
Nyepo
Svane.
is smiling. Well, Rasmus can't smile.
No.
We also got the news that apparently Sindarov blundered in a difficult position against Frederick Svane. So actually Frederick might win that game, and then he also moves on to 6.5 out of 8. To the shared second place, if Magnus Carlsen should win his game against Ralph Mamedov.
Yeah, and Magnus also with a huge time advantage, 17 minutes on his clock. It's just.
But what a trap! I have fallen for it, because, and that's why when you play the game, we are, of course, as commentators, we are not fully focused. We just rely on the fact that, okay, we do this or that. We are completely winning, but you have to always pay attention. Knight takes f3, rook e3, and who knows, maybe white is even better, I don't know, because of the b pawn. It's crazy. Always calmness is required.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this is. Okay,
Magnus doesn't do the favor. Poor Ralph, he was hoping for it, but rook takes f3 check. He knew that this is a dream. Such things can only happen in a dream. Rook takes f3, king e1, Magnus goes back to b3. Total control. The knight is such a monster piece.
Yeah, king d1. This
trying to run towards the weakness here, but not the knight, and the king and the kingside pawn majority will just decide the game. Knight f3. Of course, the knight belongs there.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing king g4, h5, h4, and then Magnus will decide king h3 and then g4, g3, or I think very likely we're going to see this total domination.
Yeah, you can actually just win the pawn on h2 as well, right? King g4, king h3, take on h2, run the g-pawn. Probably a few ways to win this. King c1. Now Magnus will play the move king g4, 100%. There's no other move here that makes sense. King g4. Well, maybe there are some other moves, but he's going to play it surely. Surely that's just the move that most top players play here. It's better than king h4 because rook e6 and, well...
Yeah, you just want to put it on a light square.
Yeah.
If your opponent has a dark square bishop, you just intuitively, automatically put it on a light square. And by the way, look at this. The whole domination is based on the light squares. Yeah, just very instructive. Just ignore the bishop only here because these guys were restricting the bishop. And now king g4. Oh, he even goes g4. Wow, that's a surprise. I haven't seen that coming. But, okay, probably it's such a winning position, it does not matter at all. He signals that, okay, you know, I just going to walk all the way to h3 and push h5, h4. And not only the pawn on h2, but also g3. If the bishop moves to d6, then the d4 pawn will be vulnerable as well. We might even not take it. I'm preferring actually to make progress on the king side with the h and g pawns and force the bishop to be sacrificed for the pawn, and then it's all over.
Yeah, and with 1 minute left on the clock, it doesn't matter if he had 1 minute, 1 hour, or 1 day.
Exactly.
Yeah, bishop d6. Yeah, he's trying to mix it up because now knight takes d4, there's rook e5 check and something maybe...
Yeah, no, Magnus will not even look at that direction. He will just continue his walk.
Do you think so?
Yes, absolutely. Why
Okay.
not? There is no mating net
Yeah.
against the king. That would be the only reason to hesitate. But he can just walk with his king. When you have a winning structure and you have a winning method, you should not get distracted by anything. Yeah, why to change anything if you don't need to? It is in White's interest that maybe something changed and I might get a hope, might get some hope. Yeah, king h4 on the board. Just walks in. Now the big question will be that will Magnus start with h5 or king h3? That's already a 50 kind of chance. I don't know. Both is natural. Yeah? There is the argument, let me place the king on h3 first, but also that since there is no mating net, then okay, I'm going to go king h4, h5, king h3, h4. Yeah, just step by step, like a slow train, but steadily, but it's reaching its destination.
Yeah. And he can see the victory inside. What does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? Well, that means very simply that Magnus Carlsen, if he wins, and I'm very conscious of the commentator's curse because I've done it too many times. So I'm always going to say if. There's always a chance something goes wrong. He's big favorite. But if he wins, he gets to 8 out of 8. We'll have White in the final round to complete a legacy win for 9 out of 9. Now, Rook e8 was played by Ralph. This is just a Hail Mary. Doesn't work. Million reasons why it doesn't work. Knight takes d4 here actually looks pretty good to me because you can put that with rook h8, you have knight f5 and you keep stability everywhere.
But basically it was the only move. Yeah, if you sit passively, there are absolutely no chances. Now at least after king h3 there is rook h8. So now we know that, for example, Magnus will definitely not play the move king h8 because this is White's only hope. You are advocating for grabbing the pawn on d4, also possible, but somehow I have the signal that Magnus is not intending to take on d4. If he has a very clear way of, okay, let me just push. If he goes h5, then king h3, h4 is total win. So after h5, White will have to play rook h8 also.
Yeah, so h5. Maybe h5, rook h8. Yeah.
Then bishop e7 check is a threat.
Yeah, I really feel like he's going to just take this pawn now.
Yeah, could easily be. Now it's the time to cash in, right?
Yeah. Why not?
Rook e5. After knight d4, okay, I have to try rook e5.
Okay.
Because I'm threatening them bishop e7 check and rook h5. It's not so simple. To my eyes, this g4 move was a little bit surprising. I said like king g4, h5, and then king, and then g4, just not to weaken anything. Probably Magnus felt like, okay, I'm completely winning. I don't need to care about these things. But now it is up to him to prove us what he had in mind.
Indeed, yeah.
He
does
pushes
go
h5.
Also good enough.
Well, so after rook h8, he might just go back with the king to g5.
And come round.
And then offer, please give me checks, and then king f5. Yes, rook h8, of course. King g5, king f5, king e4 can also walk in if white keeps checking. So something like king g5, bishop e7 check, king g6. Yes, sidestepping, inviting a check, then king f5, and then we go in.
Also, is there an option to play rook e3 here? I know it looks a little strange, but the idea is that... No, he's going to go with the king. He's going to keep total control. The idea of rook e3 was that if you go b5, I can give a check on e1, a check on d4, and I can then give a check on e2 and take on...
You take every... Yeah, but Magnus wants to be too systematic. Yeah, he doesn't want to change anything. Who knows, maybe after rook e3 there is a bishop g3 check, then he has to go king g5, and then this construction is a little bit strange with the rook on. We talked about we want everything on the light squares against this dark squared bishop. As long as everything is on the light squares, it's all good. Yeah, Magnus goes back with the king to g5. He might be a little bit upset that, yeah, actually I could have just played king g4, h5. Why I got careless, but it's such a winning position that I think he doesn't mind. And he knows it. I know how I'm going to win this.
Magsudlu is winning still, and it looks as though Lenia Dominguez has broken the fortress of David Navarra. So we could get a Dominguez versus Carlsen last round.
But the colors don't match.
But it doesn't matter by now, I think.
Doesn't matter. But Vincent was the only one who had white.
Oh, maybe.
So maybe because of this.
Maybe. Rook d8.
Rook d8 played.
Okay, king f5, king e4 is just begging to be played here.
Following the light square strategy.
Begging to be played. Even if you give up on h5, you feel as though...
But actually you are not even giving, you can always push h4.
Yeah.
Even this, yeah?
Yeah.
That is a wonderful news for black. The knight on f3 is not only eyeing on h2, but it also supports the pawn. It's a lovely knight. It's a brutal knight. Rook e8 trying to cut the king, but it does not matter.
Doesn't do anything. Oh, we have a result in Tabatabai against MVL. I think it was a draw.
Yeah, no surprise there. Yes, it is a draw. We see that Sindar of Fredericks won a game is already minus 5 points something, and Navarra Dominguez is also completely winning. Well, should we switch or should we stay?
I think we should stay.
We should stay, yes?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, because it's so important. Yeah, if Magnus Carlsen wins, then he wins the tournament already. It's 8 out of 8, and the nearest rivals are with 6.5. So he's 1.5 points ahead, h4. By the way, now already somewhere knight takes h2, followed by g3 is very much in the air.
Yeah. It'll never happen, but yes.
Never say never.
Never say never, yeah. I think Ralph's going to bring the rook back now to like e2 or something. But it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, he brings it back so that knight h2 is under control.
Yeah, and you've just got to be careful. Knight 64, rook e5 check.
Yeah, that's no-go territory.
Yeah, I don't feel as though Magnus is going to play like that. So what is the cleanest? Actually, I think the move he's going to play here is...
Yeah, what he gonna play? Interesting. There is also this G3, H3 break, but then G4 check will happen. There is a draw there, probably. I'm guessing it's a draw. Also, on the body language, yeah, Matthias blew by in a lot of pain and a lot of trouble.
Yep.
He just lost. Yeah, he resigned. There was no chance for him.
Parham too strong today.
Bouncing back, bouncing back after yesterday's heartbreak.
Okay, Magnus with a little facial expression saying, man, maybe I made this a bit more difficult than I needed to.
Yeah, with a king on h3, it would have been automatic. Just king g4, h5, king h3 was so much more simpler. He got carried away thinking like, okay, that's it, it's game over. Now he has to think, he has to calculate.
What about the move g3 here? I know it's very...
Yeah, okay, g, h3, g4 check.
Yep,
I have to stop you from king g4, then
correct.
It's total box. So we are talking about g3, h3, h3, g4 check, king takes g4, and then I sit. I don't know exactly how, rook f2, for example. Then I just pass, and I'm not sure that... Yeah, look at this. Yeah, and Magnus, we see also the Evel bar saying that it's a completely winning position. Yes, it is winning for Magnus, but he has to make a decision. While if he walked his king all the way to h3, he would have just played everything by hand. So that's why we see him now in a completely different posture than earlier on. He has to find a way to break through.
Yep. And he will find it because he doesn't panic in these situations and there's nothing to panic about. So he's just going to find the way, just like he was treating...
Of course, yeah, it would be tricky if he would be down to 10 seconds and he would have to make a decision, right? Then maybe he would even postpone the decision first, move around with the king to collect as much seconds as possible to be able to decide on his decision when he has time. He is about to make a move. He's leaning forward. Not trivial.
No.
No, there is also knight takes h2, by the way. Even here, it sounds counterintuitive after rook e2, and Magnus will not play it. Yeah, first he plays rook d3. Maybe it is a Zugzwang kind of stuff. What moves? Where moves from white? I don't see a move.
Yeah, this
maybe
is
bishop c7, stay on diagonal. You have to stay on the diagonal. And there is a win for Frederick Swane. Sindarov, a brilliant player. He has showed all his skills at Weissenhaus at the very first leg of the Grand Slam Tour. He qualified. He won the online qualification. No, he actually got second behind Fedoseev. That was this crazy Armageddon game, and then he got the wild card because Vishianand dropped out of the tournament. And then Sindarov even went on to knock out Hikaru Nakamura in the quarterfinals, by picking him. Yeah, that was one of the craziest moments in Weissenhaus. King b1 played by Mamedov. Where is the king running? Or is it just about this Zugzwang? He doesn't want to be in Zugzwang, he moves the king.
But I think you should give a check here as Magnus.
Rook d1 check, just please decide where you go, yeah?
Yeah, because if king a2, then I can take on... I can either take on d4 or I can play the move knight d2. But then you have king a3, knight b3, b5.
Yes, you can't box me and you can't play for a mate. Let's just show that what king on a2 feels also very shaky, but against this construction there is this. And be careful, whenever that b pawn moves with a bishop on d6 and you are unable to play rook b3, that's horrible. Let's see what Magnus will do.
Yeah, he's kind of... I feel like he's made his task more difficult, definitely. I feel like he was... I don't want to use the word lazy with g4, but maybe he relaxed ever so slightly.
Yes.
I wouldn't imagine you playing g4 there, Peter. You would have played king g4 almost certainly.
Well, if I would have relaxed, I could have played g4 as well, yeah? But that's why we always keep on saying that you can never relax as long as your opponent has not resigned. And Magnus picks up the pawn on d4. Knight takes d4 captured. Rook e5 check.
Does he want to just do something like king f6,
King
rook
f6.
takes d5,
Then king e6.
king e6
Wins the piece.
wins the piece, yeah.
Yeah, so Ralph is unable to...
No, that's...
Yeah, and there
That's
is a
enough,
resignation. Congratulations by Ralph.
Some nice words there exchanged, but no. He had everything just under control. Just enough to not make it disastrous. And with this victory, Magnus Carlsen moves to 8 out of 8 in this incredibly strong tournament. But the result, if we're being brutally honest, was never in doubt for...
Yeah, I think that was a gesture by Magnus. Yeah, that after d5, ed, knight, b6, I took over. Yeah, I didn't know what to do for you. Yeah, that was like a crazy sequence of moves. Second move, d5, ed, knight, b6, and suddenly black is better on move 3.
Now, I'm assuming Magnus won't come in. Would be amazing, of course, if he did. But he may just want to rest for the final game. That would be completely acceptable.
And I think it would be the correct approach.
Yes.
Yeah, we know that he wants to get 9 out of 9. He also knows that the other players are fighting for the spot in Las Vegas. He has already beaten 8 players, so he would feel like to do justice for the tournament, I have to beat all my opponents so that nobody can say that I gave a draw for someone. Well, first of all, we know that you can only earn the draw here because there is no rook e1 Berlin or there are no drawish variations. You have to play the game, you have to fight the game, and you have to deserve the result.
Yeah, and let's get a quick overview. Magnus with that all-important victory. Vincent also winning. So the likelihood of a Carlsen-Keimer last round is very, very high. A lot depends, however, on Lenia Dominguez. If he beats David Navarre, it looks as though, well, I mean, this is completely winning.
This is completely winning, yes, what we are seeing. So it would mean that we have Vincent Keimer, Dominguez if he wins, Max Odlu, and Frederick Swane. 4 players then on 6.5.
Mm-hmm. So he's already played Maxudlu. So there are only 3 players Magnus could play: Swane, Keimer, or Dominguez. And as you said, the color, because of the color situation, it would most likely be Vincent Keimer, but we'll let the arbiters decide that. Rook takes c5 on the board here. The only thing that Navarre is hoping for is that he can get a rook to f3 and create, excuse me.
But now there is also some f3 idea because of queen e3 check.
Oh, wow.
Wait a second, isn't this immediate game over because we are also setting up the queen e3 check threat? I think f3 just wins on the spot.
Yes. Yes. 43 seconds.
Yeah, it's enough for Lenier.
Yeah.
Lenier is also showing his tremendous class. Yeah, it's on
Well
the
done.
board.
Yeah, and that is going to be the end of that. David Navarre is not going to be able to put up any more resistance. Rook d5 check, king e4, and then the problem is the king never finds safety, and the rook will always be exposed, and you will either lose the rook or get mated, or there's nothing left to do here. Navarre can resign, and I think David will resign in this position. He knows that he's trying to find a construction, but there just isn't one. No.
Yes.
He's smiling, he understands. And
well, is it a smile or is it frustration?
Well,
because it's a very big game, right?
Yeah.
If he would have won this game, he would be fighting for the ticket.
Yeah.
It's a heartbreak for David. But that's professional chess is all about.
Yeah, and a move like rook c4, you don't even have to give the check. You just go queen g5 or something like this. Provoke g4 and then queen d2.
Well, but okay, queen e3 and then you just play
or
f2 next.
Yeah,
or you give checkmate. Yeah, no, it's absolutely Resign's territory. He goes rook f5, but now queen e3 check. Yeah, it was clear that rook f5 is the only so-called move, but unfortunately after queen e3 check, there is nothing to play for. Black pushes then f2 and queens.
Yeah. Queen e3 check, you can resign there with a clear conscience.
He's waiting for f take g2. If fg2, rook f2, you can put up some file, but of course nobody will ever take queen e3 check. Is on the board. King moves
H2.
away and f2.
Yep. And that is going to be that. Lenier Dominguez, you know, we've spoken about a little bit about Lenier during the past few days. Just a classy player, classy guy. And he hasn't lost his level. That's what I like about Lenier.
Exactly.
He reminds me a bit of Mickey Adams in that sense, that Mickey, for the majority of his 20s right up till just only the past couple of years, was anywhere between 27.10 and 27.50 for basically 20 years without a break. Now, of course, Mickey has...
And there is the resignation.
Yeah. Mickey has obviously lost, you know, he's now, once you get past 50, it does become more difficult, no doubt about it. But Lenier reminds me of a similar trajectory, just always up there. And, you know, Lenier is like number 13 in the world or something, or 14 in the world.
Yes, yeah.
Something like that.
27, 40, something. Yes, absolutely.
You know, he's just a class player. And it's no surprise at all that he is now in this position. So he is firmly in that group. Well, what a round it's been. I mean, it's been just exceptional. But the question that we posed at the beginning was, is anybody going to stop Magnus Carlsen? It's round 8. There's only one more opportunity to get any points off this guy. 8 out of 8. Truly one of the most exceptional, remarkable tournament performances we've ever seen, let alone Freestyle Chess 960. Just as a general performance, you have to go through the history books to see perfect scores in tournaments with this level of player and depth and strength. We are witnessing something truly special, but the job is not done yet. There is one more round to go. Is there going to be a final twist in the plot? Is there going to be a spoiler? Is there going to be somebody who stops this mega train? I think you'd be mad to bet against Magnus Carlsen in this current form, but we're going to find out. The next round is in approximately 2 hours from now, 4 o'clock Central European time. We will, of course, know the pairings just before the round, and then we're going to see the position, the final position of the Freestyle Chess tournament. But Magnus Carlsen going for the perfect 9 out of 9, and we're going to be there to see exactly what unfolds for round 9, the final round, in just a couple of hours. Make sure you join us then. Until that point, enjoy your afternoon. We'll see you in just a couple of hours.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?